I see somebody's there. The one is there. The one. Not only are you first, not only are you the one, you are the only one. I have a issue with spiders biting me at night. And as much as I ignore it, it doesn't go away. Hey, Carnegie's Painter. Hey, Amby, Girth, Mike, Phil, Lauren's mom, Cliff, Crypto, June, Joe, Akira. Everyone. Ham is in Brooklyn. He's at lunch or something, and I'm sure he won't be able to resist calling in once he starts driving home. But until then, if you're bored, you can switch to another channel. I don't know what's more exciting than here. One of you out there can give me your top 3 takeaways from the podcast last night on MMTLP, and we can talk about that. I want to talk about gold, but I just got Jim Rickard's top 5 buys in the mail. And we can go over that. International Seaways, which is a tanker company. Marathon Petroleum, one that I like. Where is it trading? 225 right now. It's 175. Unbelievable. I remember when Marathon was, 35, 45. And I remember one year it ran up to some number. I want to say 81. It might have been 91, might have been 87. But that's when I first learned, in a bull market anyway, from a older broker, a longer length of service broker. He told me that stock's going to go to 100. He said, and I said, how do you know that? He said, they always do. Once they get, I forget the cutoff, once they get to 87, or once they always go to 100. He was right. I've noticed that pattern. His number 3 stock is Barrick Gold. His number 4 stock is Intel. And that's interesting. I've told you, I think I got the idea from his service. I've suggested to you that you could, sell 10%, 5% of your NVIDIA, and with the proceeds buy the same number of shares of Intel and see what happens. And then number 5 is Schlumberger, which is a great company. And I think Schlumberger will buy this little private oil and gas company that I'm raising money for, that has the same basic idea, the same basic story, basic costume, I guess, as RLAIF. Anyway, we can go over this. But I guess we need to look. I don't have real-time quotes, but we need to look at the prices of our favorite stocks. I love this guy, Jeffrey Sachs. Amazing. Amazing. I'm just amazed when people are truthful. All right, so for Nixie, what I see is $1.48. And I'm sure that's delayed by 15 minutes. For this next trip, which I really advise being careful of if you own it, I don't know what to say if you bought it. I really, my feeling on next trip, they have something. It's a good story, but they put out two significant pieces of news. I believe, reading the tea leaves, in anticipation of raising money at higher prices. Their banker is Benchmark. I think Benchmark is simply the shepherd who leads the sheep, CEOs, to the slaughterhouse. Anyway, that's 358. GBUX, I guess that's up tiny bit. It's 575. Finger is 121. DJT. Sorry, I don't feel good. DJT is $25, $24.98. Somebody said last week that GME would be $30 this week. And I guess if that's going to happen, that's a pretty good trade. It's $25.14 right now, GME. If it's going to go to 30, buy the dip, sell the rip, I guess. What's the other one? Oh, RLAIF. RLAIF. I show 30 cents. My guess is, based on what I saw before I went live, that it's 29 cents something on the ask. I think Rail is the best of the bunch. In a bunch. And if you don't own Rail, I think you should buy Rail. I can't give you specific financial advice, of course. But the news is there on Railtown 2 weeks ago. Maybe more than 2 weeks ago, but roughly 2 weeks ago. And how much longer does it take to get the majority of votes? My understanding is Canada, it's 4 weeks that you need approval. But if you get enough response before the 4 weeks, here in the United States, when there's a corporate action, it's 10 days notice. Apparently there it's 4 weeks. But if you get the response back early and you've got your majority, however it's described, simple or supra, what keeps you from announcing it? I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I'm certainly not one in I'm not one in Canada. All right, so let's see if you had any questions before I force you to learn something. Can't wait till XRP really runs. Well, that's what everybody keeps telling me. It's going to really run. And I don't dislike it. How's that for a double negative? I like XRP. But what's up with Sober? It's pretty cool. Sober's pretty cool. Let's see. For me, it's been 5.5 years sober. It gets lonely because you don't go to a bar and sit next to somebody you don't know and drink and become best friends. But sober's all right. Trades 4 to 10x today. I don't know anything about it. If you want to chase stocks that have already moved or already have high volume, you might hit something, particularly if it's the early stage of a buy-in. But if you go where the emotions are, where the activity is, you're too late. Unfortunately, what's going on in this market is the market is completely a fraudulent market. The over-the-counter market, the stock market for small U.S. companies, NASDAQ, used to be, it wasn't perfect. You had that guy from New Jersey Securities come grow with us or whatever his thing was. And, their CEOs did promote their stock, and they had violations back in the 60s and 70s, I guess. I mean, it's before my time, that the SEC had to clean up. It's a lot like Hillary Clinton, who was a Barry Goldwater girl. Barry Goldwater was against civil rights, but she loves to claim that the Republican Party, for example, and Trump are racists along the lines of Bull Connor or James Earl Ray, or those kinds. Well, I'm sure racism still exists, and I'm sure there's still hurdles to be met, but I don't think racism. I was a kid back then, and I lived overseas, but I read all the magazines that you would get. You would get, Newsweek, Time, when they were good magazines. You'd get Life occasionally. You occasionally get, there was another one other than Life. I don't think it was Look. But anyway, you would get this information, and it was pretty detailed and pretty horrifying. But I think in the United States, it's not perfect, but I think it's very much different now as it comes to race, and much more complicated, much more like one of those disco balls in a dance hall instead of one light bulb or something. It's got a lot of facets. And that's what it is now with these small stocks. The SEC still relies on human beings remembering that CEOs are bad. So the SEC focuses on CEOs, but the market, the fundamental markets for small cap stocks are a disaster. They do not exist in the United States. Everybody's in on the scam. And I shouldn't use that word because that's the word the shills use against me. But everybody is in on the sting operation against you, against me, against the American investor, the American worker, the American corporation, the American taxpayer. And what it is, get us to buy. They'll short the stocks to oblivion, and in between they'll do some banking, they'll collude, they'll move the trades offshore, they won't pay taxes, and it's the biggest heist. It's the biggest heist in, I think, I'll probably never be able to do it, but I think if someone writes this up, it's the biggest financial heist in recorded history. My opinion, it's orchestrated by a handful of men. And they have their attorneys, they have their bankers, they have their international cohorts, they have their, they've bought the regulators, they've bought the lobbyists, and they just print money for themselves. So when you start chasing the latest story where the stock goes up, and look at the volume. What's going on? What's the news? It's me too. It's me too. I'm not trying to be better than anybody. We're just, this stock's sober. I have no idea. It's trading 10 times its volume. I don't know if it's up. It's like that stock the other day that Ham showed that did I don't know, 75 million or something, but it was way up on a percentage basis. Well, when we pour our money in, what these people do, they own the regulators, they own the Treasury, they own the Fed, they own the DTC, they own FINRA, they own the SEC, they own Congress, they own the newspapers, they own the TV stations, and probably they own our military just to help them out. When we rush in, the only discipline these people have to have is to keep selling. Look at it with GME. GME started at 5, it went to 500 to use round numbers, and they got underwater, but they kept selling. They kept selling. And for all the people out there that thinks GME is going to be this great equalizer, I don't buy it. They made all their money back down on the way back down. Griffin and Cohen bailed out Marvin or Melvin or Melbury, and here, this might be, it is Ham. You don't have to listen to me anymore. My phone didn't, I hit answer, my phone didn't.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Are you at lunch?
Nope, I just had lunch. I put a picture of what I had for lunch on Twitter.
A square pizza.
No, I went to get a burger at this famous place in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
What's that Italian restaurant that's closing down after 40 years in Brooklyn?
That's in New York somewhere. I don't know. Is it in Brooklyn? I don't even know where it is. It was 120 years old. I don't know.
Something like that. Maybe it was in Manhattan. I don't know. I can't remember.
Listen, my older brother lives in Bay Ridge, and he had a bakery.
Do you want to go live, or do you want me to?
Yeah, go live. I'm in the car. I'm in the car.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, you can finish that. Everybody's going to.
No, again, I'll tell you a story.
Everybody's going to hear your story.
No problem. I don't care.
All right. Go ahead.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So I had to go see my older brother. He had some sort of procedure. He's doing well, thank you, and all good. But we went to lunch at Skinflint's. It's a great bar in Bay Ridge, the great cheeseburgers. I used to go there late at night all the time, but it's right by the Verrazano Bridge. I took a picture and I'll post it once I stop driving. So people, that are not from New York can see, how big this bridge is. It's just enormous. But I just wanted to start off by telling you, William, that my older brother, I never even told him about GBUX until the other day, and he's been following it. Knows nothing about it, and he was trying to buy it yesterday on the dip. He just missed it, and I didn't even talk to him about it. And he said to me point blank, goes, "These guys can't cover." It's what he said. He goes, "They're trying to push it down to get people to sell," and he goes, "No one's selling it." He goes, "They can't last too long." Okay, this is the conversation. He says all their money that they trade with is all tied up in this stock. He goes, forget the margin. He goes, every penny these guys have is now tied up in this trade, and you can't do anything else. And they're probably sitting there looking at it, cursing, because they can't buy it back. No matter what happens, goes up, down, they need people to sell it. If no one's selling it, it's such a small float. He goes, they have no choice. It doesn't even they're going to throw the towel in, not because of margin, is because they can't sit here and watch it all day and make no money. They can't do other things. Their money's all tied up. And that was my brother's observation of this stock. And he was a risk arb guy, real professional, and he understood it without even hearing the story. What I say, he knew it. And William, just to change it again, yesterday I posted DJT, GameStop. I put FingerMotion, GBUX. I said the bear raids yesterday were to get people to panic and sell, and that they would all turn up. I even posted on Twitter. I said, these guys are going to turn buyers soon. They're all going to turn up. I think I saw DJT up $1 something, $1.25, maybe a little bit more. I don't even know. I'm not sure what GameStop's doing, but you can see how they turned. GBUX, they knocked it down. It ran back yesterday and closed almost unchanged. They need volatility, and they need people to sell. And I'll say it to you again. A friend of mine had a stock, ZIXI, I think it was. I spoke with the principals of the company. They're out of Rochester. They were being naked shorted. My friend owned it at 9. They drove it down. He had 1 million shares. He bought shares on margin. Every time the stock ticked down, he had to call his clients to put up more margin money. And William would know, any broker would know this, that each time you sell, each time your stock goes down, you got to call your client up to put more margin. Do it 3 or 4 times. What's your client going to tell you, William? No more, right?
They're going to
get rid of it. I'm not going to keep supporting this thing. So by pushing stocks lower, they force people to dump it.
I don't know on the short side, but on the long side, when that happens, what's annoying is the longer you play your error, you play your margin call as it's going down, you have to sell more stock. So the first time you call your client, you say, look, I think you should sell 1,000 here. We'll take care of the margin call, and you'll still have whatever, 3,000 shares left. I'm making it up. The next time you call them, you might have to sell 2,500 shares because the market value goes down while the obligation stays the same. And I'm sure it's in opposite movement, but I'm sure it's the same with the shorts.
So what happens is my friend had to sell every day. All he did was call Yvonne Hubler of the NASDAQ. She's the head of short sales. She knows everything about naked short selling. And he registered a complaint with her because he was afraid he was going to be sued by his clients because the stock went down and they had losses. And he was saying it's due to the naked short selling. So he made the complaints every day. So Yvonne Hubler at the NASDAQ did nothing. She's in charge of short sales. She's been there a long time. And that's when I learned about it. It's another trick to get people to sell. People buy on margin, and that's why they push it down. They're looking for you to panic out because of your margin call. That's another trick by these guys. They use many ways to get people to sell. They're looking for your stop loss order, margin. They're looking for anything to tick off that sell and drive it lower. And, like in GBUX yesterday, there was an air pocket, and they drove it down fast, and it goes right back up. Now, you can obviously see that the stock is doing nothing, William. It's just standing still. Going sideways is going to kill them, and people adding to it at the bottom is driving them crazy. That's just the only thing I can tell you on these names. All right? Anything else, William? I'm in the car, so it's hard for me to recap things. I don't know what the hell anything's doing.
Your daily question.
Is Finger doing anything?
What? No. What's going on with ZJYL? Does it still have potential? Can it go up? What are you doing?
Yes, it has potential, but I haven't heard anything about it. Someone said that when GDC goes, I said ZJYL. I do believe they're tied together somehow. And, when they turn it, they turn it. I had people selling GDC. I hope they got out. They had 100 more to sell. And they're working out of it around $2. I know it went to 201. I don't know if they got out. I don't know what happened. But they're going to buy Finger and GBUX with that money. They broke even on it. Breaking even sometimes is a good trade. Maybe lose a penny or two. All right, it was doing nothing, GDC. And I decided to get people to move out of it. It's just, move it to something else. So that's what they were doing if they got out. I have no idea yet.
Why didn't Martin have his interview yesterday? What's going on with Finger?
I heard someone told me Skyline had to reset the call. That's all I know. I told everyone I heard a rumor coming out of Hong Kong. I have guys in the UK that lived in Hong Kong, and they heard it from their friends in Hong Kong that they all own the stock. That FingerMotion is going to get a big investment from a big Chinese company, a 15% stake. That's what they're hearing. That's not for me. I don't live in Hong Kong. So they're hearing it. I don't know it. I posted what I heard. People yell at me, it's a rumor. I just told you it's a rumor. That's what I heard. I said, don't ask me. I put it up, William. I says, please don't ask me. It's not from me. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. Does it make sense? I 100% agree. Who could it be? The only people to me would be Alibaba, 10 cents, like that. But I don't, that's all I know. I don't know anything else about it.
I heard a rumor you used to go to Studio 54.
I used to go to Studio 54. That's true. I had to connect. So all those people who couldn't get in, this idiot had the connection with the guy at the door. And I used to walk up with a big crowd there. Excuse me?
Was he gay?
No. It was a very tough individual, and he liked me a lot. He was somebody we knew, but no matter how much he liked me, I had to pay him $500 to get a bunch of people in. He wanted the $500 at all costs.
Wow.
So I had to put $500 bills in my palm of my hand, shake his hand, and I get 8 people in. And then once you got in, William, I had to pay $50 a person to get in. So just to walk in the door was like $900. To get drinks and everything else. But having that connection, I look like, I look like Brad Pitt because I had the connections, right? Everybody wanted to know me.
I just always went with I didn't go that often. It was when I was training at Merrill, but I just made sure I had a hot chick with me.
All right. Well, I only was with ugly girls, so I needed to pay my way in.
And I'm not saying
I brought the ugly girls in and traded them in.
I'm not saying I necessarily anything happened with them, but
all right. Well, listen, it was a great time.
If they wanted the girl in, she'd say he's with me. I was in.
Well, for the people from New York, I used to go to Studio Friday, Saturday, Xeons. I used to go on Tuesdays. Thursdays was the Roxy roller rink on 18th Street. We used to go to Magique on 60th, East 60th Street. I used to go to Club A. That was a Saturday night.
I think it was still there recently, that big ballroom dancing place. I don't know if it was ballroom dancing. It was jazz dancing or something.
I don't know.
It was red and it had red.
Well, there was a club in Times Square called Bonds. We used to go there. Bonds nightclub. I don't know. So I forget 40-something Street, Times Square.
I don't know. It's your town.
But that was it. You could see I was out every night. But again, going back to the stocks, GBUX, where is that at, William? I have no idea.
It was 570. I don't know where. Let me see if somebody answered your question. I don't see. Let me, I hope I don't disconnect you. I'll tell you. Yeah, 575 is what I have.
So on that stock, again, I told you what my brother said. I say the same thing. These guys can't cover. There's no selling. They initiate sales. There's a market maker that joined the box called Maxim. I know it's a small firm in New York. It's like Benchmark. I put it up there. I said, hey, FBI, Secret Service, whoever, just call Maxim up. and ask them, who told you to make a market in GBUX? That would be your naked short seller. They would tell them in a second. This is how it works. A hedge fund will call up Maxim and say, hey, could you make a market in GBUX? And they say, okay, the market maker. And he goes, you got to give me some order flow so I can be in here. I want you to pay me. So obviously they give them some orders and they pay him, $100 a ticket. It's just like the guy from Morgan Stanley. He took the orders, right? Remember?
Yeah.
And he got paid commission. That's what these market makers are doing. They're representing a hedge fund who's the short seller, and they make them go on to the level 2, and they make them make a market in the stock. And for doing so, they pay him commission. That's it. So obviously, MAXM is a front for a hedge fund that is shorting the stock. There you go. And if anybody wants to check, just call them up and ask them, who told you to make a market in the stock? And there's your criminal. There you go. That's how easy it is.
I don't know. There's some extra names here of stocks, but I don't think it's helpful to.
I don't have. I can't even look at them. People, listen. The Trump and Elon Musk with the Doge gang, they're going after the SEC. And they're not going after the SEC because they're overpaying 10 people. They know. I put the gentleman on the phone yesterday, William. Did you hear what he said again? Did you remember what the guy said? He knows Trump's advisor, his senior advisor, is his friend. He told him point blank. They all know about the counterfeiting of shares, and they're going to wipe them out. That's what the guy said. I put the gentleman on your call yesterday. I hope you heard it.
Mm-hmm.
That's, again, make your bets. It's coming. And these guys are going to get run over. They stayed too long. They wanted to steal. And I think these guys are going to panic once their law firms call them up and say, hey, run for the hills. I think the law firms could be warning them already. But once the SEC people, just like the people at that U.S. aid or these government people getting kicked out, they were all starting trouble and they were all making calls that they get fired. Same thing's going to happen at the SEC. They're going to tell them what's going on, what they're going to do. And they're going to start calling around to the hedge funds trying to protect them. And that's when I think you start seeing the rise in these stocks. That's when it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the movie The Big Short. The girl's at the pool. Who are you waving to? Oh, that's the guy from Goldman. I want to go work for him. I'm going to leave the SEC and go work for Goldman. Pat Burns said it. All the government agencies are compromised. That's exactly what's going on with the SEC. They're protecting the criminals. Hester Pierce has exposed herself in MMTLP, and they're torturing her to death. She deserves it for turning her back on everybody. The SEC's a disgrace. Elon Musk, everybody knows about it. And the best thing is they tortured Elon Musk, and now he gets a chance to go back in there and torture them back. Payback's a bitch, as they say. What else you got, William? You got me for 30 minutes, so let's go. Unless I get in a traffic jam on the belt, I'm all right.
It's, to me, a lot of it's just repetitive.
What's FingerMotion trading at?
It was 121. Let me look. $122.
Someone posted about GameStop, and it was like a 10-day period, the opening and closing, and they actually closed the stock within pennies of the day before its close every day. So it was 27, 27.05, 29, 26.95, 27. It was every day. It was the same price for 10 days, the closing price. No matter what happened, they parked it at the same price. And that's going on in FingerMotion. They keep holding it in the same spot. It got to 147 the other day, and they smacked it right back down again. That doesn't mean it's not going to go, my friends. I believe it's going to explode. The new short data is coming out. That gentleman, Frank something, he just popped up on Twitter. I forgot his name, but he's helping out. He's going to have the short data, the real short information. We know it's 1.3 million, 1,310,010 shares exactly. And that data will be out today. Remember, that's the real short. The naked short's 250 million. These things are going to go. Pick whatever you want to buy. I could care less, but you should be 100% trying to get involved in whatever you like that you think is going to work. Because I do believe that once Trump and Musk or the Doge people speak up, they're not going after the SEC because they use too many paper clips. They're going after them for this. 100% is going after them for naked short selling.
When Sandy Weil bought our firm, paper clips were an issue. Unbelievable.
Sandy Weil was at Smith Barney, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was it Smith Barney? I can't remember.
He bought
Citi,
he bought Shearson, he bought Smith Barney, Travelers, put it all together. But he did put through these very restrictive things on pens and paper clips.
Yeah, well, not today's brokerage firms. They don't even care what you do.
The biggest thing he did was he changed our payout. We used to my memory, we used to get a check every 2 weeks, which was our draw, and then we would get our monthly, whatever our payout was, net of our draw, once a month. He switched it all to one check a month, so they had the float on our money for 30 days.
So he was using your money for 30 days.
Yeah.
We used to get. I worked on the desk, so we used to get paid. I think my salary was like $65,000, and then we got paid. Then I got paid 40% of my commission.
Wow.
And they bought us lunch every day, and they gave me a credit card to take clients out. So it was a pretty good job.
That's a fantastic job.
One night I was out at Fujiyama Mama's, right next to the Museum of Natural History, with a group of people drinking Cristal champagne and sushi. And they used to have the flaming ice cream. And we came out, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and trying to get a car service home. And the car service didn't come fast enough. After drinking for 4 or 5 hours, you sort of get a little crazy. And I screamed at the guy, Simon, who owned the car service. Everybody had those black cars, the town cars. And he sent me the car. But then the president of the firm tried to get a car in the morning, and they shut him off.
Because you were such a jerk.
Yeah, and then they called me into his office, and I told him I was with the head trader of Fidelity. He was in town, and this guy was disrespectful to us. He wound up canceling the account, thanking me, and opened up a new account.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's how powerful when you're with a good client, but that's how powerful it is. That was the old Wall Street. The new Wall Street, I don't even know. It doesn't even exist anymore.
There's no Wall Street anymore. There's just a bunch of insurance salesmen and
there's
real
no one
estate
around
agents. Why don't you put your money with the Milan Hubbard see-through building 25 fund?
I think there's 10,000 crooks that are all trying to take advantage of the market, and everybody else is on the long side. And it's, old brokers, everybody else is trying to make a living. And I just don't know how people don't unite. The people thinking they're getting, that are trading, they don't really care. They just want to make money. I was one of those. You don't care. I would buy something. I would just want to make sure the next day that I made $5,200 yesterday. I want to see $5,200 in my account. That's what we used to look for. I could care less about anything. But once I figured out what was going on, I says, how can I not fight? And that's what the guy Pete from Philly's doing, you know, and you're doing, and other good people are doing, is that this is like ridiculous what's going on. And, you know, it's at the point where all of us are saying the same thing. Enough of this already.
Well, I mean, it's not, before you called in, I was just trying to explain that, you know, because one of the guys here wants to chase some stock that's trading 10x on its volume this morning. And like, by the time it's done that, you've missed your opportunity, in my opinion. You might get lucky. But the main thing is they just want us they suck our money. We're up against all of Wall Street in these trades. And as soon as the stock is up, their only discipline is just to keep selling, keep selling, keep selling.
So you want me? I learned more about those the algorithm trading. Yeah. I'm told that you put up $1 million.
Yeah.
And you can get a bot to trade for you.
Yeah.
And what the bot does, it goes back and forth to trading.
What's the million for?
Create the volume.
Is the million just given to the person that owns?
Let me.
All right.
Let me tell you exactly how it works.
All right.
You put up $1 million. You go into an account, and the term trading back and forth. So if you sell it, you can use the money immediately back and forth. That's all they do. And what happens is you may lose $100,000 on the bot trading, but the stock may run up $10 based on that bot trading because other bots get roped in. They all follow each other. So one bot can bring in 10 bots. 10 bots can get to the buy side on those things and drive stocks up $10.
A bot here, a bot there. It really starts.
So the hedge funds know this, and they're paying these guys the $1 million. If they got a couple million shares of stock, they're paying these people that have these bots the $1 million. At the end of the day, you may lose 100, 200,000 in trading back and forth. You know, you'll trade, you'll trade one of these names that trades, 100 million shares in a day. You may trade 30 million shares of that number and lose $200,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the next bot's doing it, and there's 10 bots doing it. That's the game. And sometimes they take off, sometimes they just flop. GDC, it looks like they just did that. GDC, it popped up and it's drifting back down. So is that the highest it can go? Maybe only 2 or 3 bots joined that fight. Maybe a one that goes up $20, $30. Maybe there's 15 bots joining those fights. I don't know the exact amount, how many joined in, but that's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that the SEC allows that, which is all criminal stuff by itself, but they let it go on. No big deal. If I know about it, everybody knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's from somebody who told me they paid the $1 million who did it. And they do it out of the Cayman Islands. So if anybody wants to know, that's where these bots are. Very nice, the Cayman Islands, right? I don't know why the U.S. allows that to exist.
So
someone talked about it again. Someone talked about on your call about going to Belize. And I just been reading. It's like a very dangerous place to be. It's beautiful, they said, but I've been hearing it's a very dangerous place. That came from a guy I knew a while ago, and he popped up again, told me about it again. So don't ever go there. He said it's very dangerous. He said there. All right.
That gets dangerous everywhere nowadays.
Yeah.
So anyway, did the shorts lose anything when the stock GBUX went to 10?
Oh, I don't know I don't believe they were covering. They may have covered some, but they're not a lot. You got to remember they're short at $3. The stock is 6. 3 times 2.1 million is over almost $6.4 million. Yes, they're losing money.
I was telling him, I was listening to a different guy the other night talking about precious metals markets and the gold. Everybody knows it's in the news. Why is the gold moving and all that? But he's talking about how these there's about 25, 26 traders on the COMEX for gold. And I forget the ratios right now, but to my memory, he's saying something like they're short $80 billion worth of gold. And it's uncomfortable now that gold's been going up. So their credit managers or their treasurers at their banks come by the desk and say, "What, guys, I've given you whatever X amount of money to carry this trade, and we're just losing. When are you going to close it out?" So they sell more. And they try just everything Ham just said. They try to get other people selling. They try to hit any stop losses. And then he said what happens is they're still losing money. They're just less uncomfortable than they were before. That's the word I remember. That's why I wanted to tell you the story. He said they're less, after they do these attacks, they still are losing money. They're still under pressure from the treasurer, but they're less uncomfortable than they were before. And maybe that's what's going on with these shorts and GBUX. I don't know.
Well, the people don't understand that not the shorts and GBUX, but the shorts and GBUX are the lowest denominator you're going to find. There's not even a question. That these are small potato guys, and they're using the same techniques that I seen 20 years ago, where they bring in other market makers and they drop them all in here. And the same names are still around. Puma, VIRT, ASCM, all these type of hired guns, they're all here. They're all one-man shops trying to make money, and someone's paying them. It's like the guy from Morgan Stanley on Twitter. They gave me the order. They paid me commission. They allowed me to sell it. I don't give a shit. That's what he said. That's what they all do. None of those market makers have any interest in the stock or any short position. It's the hedge fund giving them orders. That's how it works. So there's one player behind it that's trapped. And none of these guys are going to help out. You know?
Yeah. All right, so that's that answer. I mean, they want to. I'm not going to ask you these questions. It's the same ones you get all the time.
It's okay. Listen, maybe someone doesn't know. As long as it pertains to what we're doing.
Do you have any thoughts on the market being so erratic?
It's when it gets this crazy, you're going to get a big move. So be careful. I've told you before, if you're long and your pension accounts, you should, even though they're rotating the slaughter jobs. Yesterday they took up. Yesterday was Home Depot and Lowe's are up big. So they keep finding different stocks to move around to save the market from a sell-off. One day they're all going to go down at the same time, and then it's going to be bloody. So just be careful. How much more do you see on the upside versus the downside? I think I would be more happy if I had a big pension, is taking my money out and then finding individual stocks that got hurt on a decline, something that was down $20, $30 in one of these crazy names, and learn to trade those names because they'll bounce back up. Because once they take down Costco and Home Depot from yesterday, maybe they buy the brokerage firms back up today, or maybe it's the insurance companies. They keep rotating them. As long as they keep rotating, the market will levitate up here because they can manage the decline by how many points in the Dow each stock represents. So that's what they do.
So apparently you posted about CYDY on X. Did you?
I don't know. What did I say? I don't know.
Ham posted about CYDY.
I know. I've seen it before. It's a stock with a big short. I retweeted Tinted Veil's post. I just know that it's a. Listen, if it's a big stock, it's a stock that's been naked shorted. I just retweet when someone says something. I don't know anything about it.
If and when short squeezes start, will E-Trade go bankrupt?
Oh no, they're gonna cover guys real quick. These guys will cut ties with everybody immediately.
So does E-Trade principals go to jail, or do the shorts go to jail?
The shorts go to jail. They're just the E-Trade's going to sit there and say, well, we didn't know. They'll do that like they do now. They blame their systems. It was the system. It didn't detect that there was fraud going on. Or even though was the E-Trade owned by Morgan Stanley now? Yeah, I think it's owned by Morgan Stanley. Oh, sorry about that. We're only in the brokerage business 100 years. We don't know. We keep making the same mistakes. We're sorry about that. Think about that one. Trump should come out and say everybody who works at a brokerage firm, if they are the head of a division that's doing it, they're going to jail. It's their job to oversee it. Someone has to be responsible for it. Was it JP Morgan? They mismarked tickets for how many billions of times over years? And they just say, we need to confirm or deny, and we'll just pay the fine.
Now that there's a letter of intent from Abu Dhabi to commit $100 million to GBUX and a special dividend, does Ham think GBUX has HKD price potential?
I can tell you when the stock starts to squeeze. These shorts may turn around and just start grabbing every share you can, and no other shorts may come are attacking the stock. If no other shorts come in, like say it goes to 20, and someone sells 100,000 shares, and the first short seller buys the 100 from the new short, when it gets to 30, that guy is going to be trying to cover his 100,000. And those are the things that make those stocks go to HKD numbers. New shorts coming in, not powerful shorts, just trading guys, and they make them go higher. Because when a short gets in there, let's say the stock goes to 20 GBUX, I'll call up William and say, William, I just sold 50,000 shares of this piece of shit. Why don't you go short it? And it's 30. William calls him back and says, oh my God, I'm down $10. William goes, I'm going to start to cover. And then I start to cover, but someone else is shorting at 30, some new person. So now the both of us, plus the short, are trying to cover. There's 3 buyers going at 1 now, who's a short. When it gets to 40, now there's 4 of us trying to chase it. And that's how it makes it go to 2,500, because it keeps roping in new short sellers. And I need to see that to tell you that. That's what I'm waiting to see. And I haven't seen it yet.
Do you still think GBUX is going to squeeze? Do you think it's delayed?
Yes,
is it delayed, or is it going to happen?
Well, I don't know. The second it goes, I never knew that. The patterns, the trading, the short data tells me it's going to squeeze. And I just told you what my older brother said. These guys don't want to stay in the stock short. All their money's tied up in a stock that's doing nothing. What are they going to do with it?
Where'd you go see him? At the home?
No, get out of here.
Trying to sound like Don Rickles. I don't see any questions that are, I'm not going to ask that one. Yeah, a lot of questions on GBUX, so you've covered a lot of it on that front.
Listen, on that stock, it's a highly speculative stock that started out that way and is now building into a fundamental play. And on the fundamental side, we now added a short seller to it. It's right. It's all right there. All the documentation's right there. And then now we're down to the trading of the stock. And if you have any vision or any knowledge about the equity markets, you can see exactly what we're talking about. It's right there.
What is a hard stop, quote unquote, on short selling? What does it look like?
What do you mean a hard stop?
Apparently yesterday, that gentleman, I didn't hear him say it, but apparently the guy you had on, and I heard him speak, but it didn't click in my head. But people here heard him say that Trump is going to have a hard stop on short selling.
He's going to decapitate them, is what he said.
Oh, decapitate them. Okay.
Wipe them out. Use any term you like.
So what does it look like? What does that look like?
They're going to forced stock settlement. Forced stock settlement means that these guys are going to have to cover. That's it. That's all it means.
That's going to be a violent.
Listen, everyone keeps talking about payment for order flow, right?
Yeah.
Payment for order flow is nonsense. I keep telling you that. I don't care who sells me a share of stock, but you better deliver it. And that's the problem. No one's delivering anything. That's it. All the problems in our world, okay, are tied to short selling and non-delivery of shares. That's our problems. That's it. That's the root of the evil right there. I worked on a trading desk. We had order flow. I would sell it every day to make money from it. The buyers or the sellers didn't care. If I'm selling the stock, do you think they cared who bought it? No, they didn't care. But they needed to deliver stock that they sold. That's how it works. If you were buying it, they wanted delivery of it. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. It's all criminal. I wish I could say more of it. Stop that. The stock loan, it doesn't make a difference. If you settle the trades, everything falls in place. The stock loan people will fall in place. This guy will fall in place. Everything will stop. All the fraud will stop. Because there's no reason to get caught in a scam. The scam is what? Letting stocks trade that they don't settle. That's the scam. That's the whole scam. Don't settle the trades and look at all the crimes that come off of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the whole thing. If you don't settle the trades, the scam is just out of control. What else you got, William?
That was the most difficult question.
Well, listen, keep asking. I have no problem answering them.
Are there any other signs or triggers to start a short squeeze other than
as you can see, the most important one is the president coming out and shutting it down. That's the most important of all the things that are going to happen here. Never before, William, has the government told you which way the stocks are going to go. And Maxine Chatterbox Waters said it best. Everyone's afraid of people front running. And that's why she doesn't want Musk to go into the SEC. They're worried about people front running the orders. And I wrote back to her, no fucking way. We're going to front run everybody. That's exactly what we want to do. They know. When they told her, she doesn't know anything about the equity market. People are going to front run? Absolutely. When you start covering, we're going to front run you. 100%. I'll actually wear a sign that say I'm a front runner. How's that one?
She's not.
She's an idiot.
She went off as broke, and she's one of the most wealthy.
All right, listen, I don't give a shit about where they stole their money from. But she has no idea what she's talking about, what's good for the investment public. The investment public, the rules have been slanted. These hedge funds, all these big money managers, they all steal. The brokerage firms, their stocks only go up because they steal. Go back to the Uber IPO. They naked shorted the Uber IPO. And they were proud. They put it in. It's in a Forbes article. Google it. Naked shorted the Uber IPO. It's right there. How many different ways can you use this naked short selling things to manipulate stocks? They do it all the time. And they gave it a fancy name. It's not naked short selling. It's counterfeiting. They just gave it a fancy name so that everyone on this phone call gets confused. What do you mean naked short? Well, it's selling stock that you don't own or you didn't borrow. That's what they always say. And everyone gets glassy-eyed, like, what the fuck are you talking about? They just sold a counterfeit share. It has nothing to do with the financial system. Nothing.
It's like listening to you.
It's like listening to me. I don't even know what the hell I'm saying anymore.
Just kidding.
Hey, don't worry about it. You're not going to offend. There's nothing you're going to say that's going to offend me. Trust me. Zero. And our good friend in Miami is doing well. He had his procedure.
Nice.
Everyone's getting old. People, we're all getting older. We're all fighting for money. And these guys are stealing it. And they're not your friends. I keep trying to tell you that. These guys would run you over in a second for $1. They're criminals. They're worse than the migrants stealing your money in Times Square. They're worse than that, these guys. They're all criminals. Well, until everyone understands it, that's where your anger comes from. I only got a short term left in my life of trading, and I'm sitting here and I got to fight criminals. I got to get on a call and waste my time teaching people about security fraud. I do it because I hate these guys. And I don't want to see anybody. I don't care if you invest a penny or not. I could give a rat's ass. There's
at least 3 people here. If they go to heaven, they're going to put in a good word for you.
Yeah, do me a favor. Get that word in for me. I told a lot of fibs in my day. Took a lot of girls. Oh, that's my family's boat. Oh, that's my father's jet. That's my father there. That's my I told every fib in the world to get a good girlfriend. But what else? So listen, I just want people to understand it. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm not like these other jerk-offs. You know, they come, they go, they disappear. I've been saying the same shit. You guys probably been following me for 2 or 3 years now. And I apologize that things haven't worked out 100% for everybody. Believe me, I want them to work. You know, William, even made the mistake of not selling when the stocks were going. It just happens. It gets the best of you. And I tried to teach you, if it goes, always sell a little bit, get your money off the table. And this way you'll never be angry because we don't control this stuff. If the FBI, Dan Bongino called me up and gave me a gun and a badge, trust me, I go with 5 guys, it'd be over with in a minute. We'd be throwing naked short sellers out of the window. It'll take 2 minutes to follow the money. It's unbelievable that no one's ever done anything about this. That's the crazy thing. Hey, be nice.
Is that the puppy dog?
Yeah, they're fighting with each other. Get out of there. They eat everything in the yard. Any piece of whatever, leave, anything.
They're just learning.
Yeah, I know. They're learning how to run. It's pretty funny. They don't know how to run. They hop like bunnies.
They're just copying you with one knee. One hip.
My older brother's knee was bothering him. I showed him the score. I said, next up for you is this. What else? Is
uh,
everybody all right? I don't want to waste your time if you guys
have
don't
you
have
ever
anything.
watched the movie Money Monster? I haven't. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's a stupid movie with Jim Cramer. Listen, Jim Cramer, you know, when he went public with Goldman Sachs. His stock was $71. He was brought public as the golden child. And everybody on this phone follows him. Are you out of your bird? The guy's the biggest loser in creation. Nothing but a loser. Complete, fraudulent loser. Goldman Sachs funded him. Brought him public. And he lost the whole thing. Worthless.
Well,
So you think I know about him? Yes, we do know about him. We used to make fun of him all the time. I wanted to start a financial news show. And every Friday, we were going to bring a monkey in to throw shit at a bunch of stock symbols on a board. And we were going to see what Kramer's best pick was versus the monkey throwing shit.
bye.
We thought that would be a great show because Wall Street would be hysterical laughing because we all know what an idiot he is.
Well,
That's what it is.
This guy thinks Finger, DJT, GME, AMC, Bed Bath and Beyond are all going to go up. I don't agree with you. I'll go with 2 out of that 5, but whatever. We'll find out.
Listen, again, the only thing that's got me negative about GameStop is the CEO sold a ton of shares to the short sellers. We spoke about it 1,000 times. What's going on in Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm not following at all, so I couldn't tell you about that one.
Do you think ZJYL still has potential?
Yes, I told you before, it's the only stock that did a forward split. A forward split. No one else has done that. No one else has done that. They did. And the people that owned it when it was 300 still have it. Right? So that tells me that they did it for a reason. And, you know, like the monsters in the War of the World with Tom Cruise, the monsters are on the ground and one day they're going to wake up and they go for it. That's what they're going to do. When did they wake it up? I don't know. It's not me.
It wasn't me.
I wish I had the power to wake it up.
It was.
But again, don't panic.
This guy, Hondu doesn't understand, and it's understandable. It's hard concept. If the shorts are running low on funds, how do they drive the buy to close? As the price goes up, they don't have any money. How do they buy in? They don't have any money.
They don't buy in. The prime broker buys in. So when you go bust, let's say you don't pay your home, your house, your mortgage, who's the bank's going to come and foreclose on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing that happens in trading.
So
their prime broker will come in and say, "Hey, I told you to buy it in." They're going to go,
it's like the Duke brothers.
They'll start buying it in, and then they're broke. That's it. And then the prime broker takes control and says, "Buy it at the market." And that's the difference. And that's the difference between Root, which I said 10 times already, and GameStop. GameStop was a prime broker buying in the shorts. And I spoke to my brother. My brother worked, guys, when you worked on Wall Street a long time ago, you started in the back office and you did all types of jobs before you got to the trading desk. And my brother was in stock loan and doing the buy-ins. And when he got an order to buy it in, he didn't care who it was, just buy it in. That was his instructions. We got to buy 1 million shares, give it a cigarette, and execute it. That was it. That's how we used to say it. Buy it in. What level? It's 10. You buy 1 million shares until you don't have to buy one more share. That's how it works. And that's what they do. That's a buy-in by a broker, prime broker for someone that doesn't have any money left. That's what they do. Root is a different example. That's a short seller trying to cover on his terms. It's taken 6-7 months, but he's been buying it. He ran it up to 140. They dropped it down. It went to 96 yesterday. Today it went up to 104 again. And they keep coming back and scooping it up. That's a short seller covering on his own terms. GameStop was a prime broker buying him in. I'm sure it happened in AMC. I'm sure it happened in KOSS. I'm sure it happened in Kodak when it ran to 61, 70 bucks, something like that. Those are prime brokers buying in the shorts at whatever level it is. I think that's what's going to happen in FingerMotion. I think they're going to go belly up. I think GBUX has the chance to be like Root. They're going to stop selling, like you're seeing now. There's no more volume. The attacks have slowed down. And I think it's just going to go, they're going to bid it up. They're going to go 650 bid, no sellers. Then it's going to go sideways. Then they go 750 bid. And once it goes 210, that's when they have no choice. And their prime brokers tell me, either you buy it in or I'm doing it. That's what's going to happen.
I didn't hear the guy say this, but everybody is quoting it as yesterday's news of a full stop on naked shorting. I didn't hear that. Doesn't mean it wasn't said. If that's so, does FingerMotion start its run?
Of course it's going to start its run. Let me tell you this, people. When the government, when Trump and Musk and the Doge people go after the SEC and they put out a statement saying that no more naked short selling, whatever, you're going to go to jail, whatever it's going to be, whatever the wording, hedge funds all over are going to be looking for stocks that are going to get squeezed. So when that comes out, I will make 200 calls myself and bring them to FingerMotion, and they'll know about FingerMotion. That's it. That's pretty easy to do.
So the guy said it. I don't know. Sometimes
do you want me to ask him? Hold on. Get him on the phone. Hold on a second.
I just don't always hear.
I don't know what that means. Hold on. Let's get him. I'll get him. Hold on.
I don't always hear everything Ham says, which is how I can do this every day. A spider bit me. I think he's trying to get him on again. Ham's funny. He gets people on and then hangs up on them, and it's very quick. So
I left him a voicemail. He'll call me back. I told him to call me back. A hard stop means that they're stopping the fraud. It means buy it in. That's it. That's what he told me.
It means give him a cigarette. Execute.
Give him a cigarette, and you got to buy it in. Listen, the minute anybody says anything about forcing them and stopping the naked short selling, remember, if they can't sell it, okay, and Pat Burns said it, and we used to have the photo of it, one of my Twitter pages that got cut off. They cut off a lot of my information when they shut down my pages. I can't access. I saved a lot of stuff, and I don't know where it is. But Patrick Byrne had it said it best. And someone, if anybody knows how to do it, you put your foot on a landmine, and when you take it off is when it blows up. When they stop selling, they blow up. Stop the selling, and force them to buy it back. The selling is gone. That means there's only buyers. There's no more sellers. That's it. The problem with the whole game is that a bunch of people have educated people about this fraud. And that's the biggest problem they have now. They let it get out of control, and people have been educating everyone about this for a long time. So the people from GameStop, AMC, George Donahue's done a great job. Anna has done a great job. All these people, I can't remember everybody's name. Everyone's been teaching 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, and it just keeps spreading. Now everybody knows about it.
This is what this was.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone.
All right, everybody. This is the gentleman who's a shareholder for everything that we follow and other names. His good friend is a Trump. What is he again? He's a
trusted advisor.
Trusted advisor. So go ahead. Tell us what you believe, what he told you. Go ahead.
Naked shorting is going to be counterfeit shares. Naked shorting is going to be brought to an end, period. That's what's going to happen.
That's all.
Acting the markets.
All right.
Done. It's over.
Thank you.
The games.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're the best. Thank you.
I got him. All right. So you heard it?
Yeah, I heard it.
The guys, people don't understand. We talk to a lot of
But he
different
didn't
people.
talk long enough for me to trace the call.
I can get him anytime. I had dinner with him. Great guy. Great guy. He works for a major company, technology company. Great guy. No bullshit type guy. And he's telling you exactly what he knows. I told you again, make your bets. Do it now. They're going to explode. That's it. You pick your poison. You know what I follow. I'm following 2 names. I think I know everything about it as much as I can. And I think we have the shorts trapped in GBUX. And I know we have the shorts trapped in FingerMotion. I put up all the stuff in FingerMotion. I'm hearing a story about a 10% or 15% equity position. You just heard from this guy. There's people out here that know things. I always say that. People go, oh, you're hearing a rumor. Hey, listen, the company could be talking to them and not get to the terms and may break off. It's like you buying a house. I want to pay $900,000. I want $950. We're not moving. You're not moving, and the deal falls apart. These things happen. I put up a story about Starbucks. It was on Reuters. There was a rumor KKR and a couple other companies wanted to take an interest or stake in Starbucks in China. Sources say. Who are the sources? I don't know who they are, but these are the rumors. This goes around Wall Street all the time. It's been around for 100 years. Make your bets. The game is coming to an end. When they say it's over, you won't get a chance to buy them. That's all I can tell you. When they say no more naked short selling, you're going to see a mad rush buying stocks.
Or a race to the courthouses.
There's no way. They know the first thing that's going to happen is all the shorts are going to go to protect themselves. They're not going to wait for a courtroom.
No,
because if they can't keep selling it,
what's going to happen? Everybody is going to try to get their money out of the system, so they have their money, because it's all trust right now. You short something, you got to trade there. You got to trade there. You can call that guy, move it. They're going to want cash in their account. And
so I was just looking, William. GBUX is offered at 584 on 1,000 shares. They got it offered at 520 now. So they're trying to move it down again. Now they offered at 5.7. No trades. They offer 100 to 5.7. These are the shorts spoofing, trying to move it lower, and then they'll hit the bid for 100 shares. And if there's no one buying it, right? The stock has been dead for 3 hours. If no one's buying it, they try to move it lower. That's all they're trying to do. That is 17 trades. It's gone. Now it's 5.11 to 5.45 again. So buying the dips It's the way to be. That's it. There's nothing I can say. I can't stop the manipulation by these characters. FingerMotion is traded 73,000 shares, and I'm sure 40 of it was fake. I'm looking at this morning, they jammed up MULN. It went to 560 today. This company's reversed itself so many times, I don't even know what people even own in it anymore.
Nothing.
But here's a stock that was dead in the water, and it hit 568 today. When they get around to your stock, they go. If you knew Mullen was going to go buy Mullen. If the gentleman knows of a stock anyone knows a stock that they believe is going to squeeze and go get them.
That could be name of a brothel. Squeeze and go.
Squeeze and go. I mean, the market looks very quiet. Nothing going on today. What are they taking up today? Nvidia's up 3. Let's see, Costco. What are they doing there? Costco's down 20 today. All right, let's see Home Depot. There's got to be something to balance out the market. Home Depot's down. Maybe Netflix is up today. I don't know. They always move things around. There you go. Netflix is up 12. Costco's down. It's just
they're blaming the news headlines are blaming retail. Retail ain't it. It's not what's going on. I don't.
No, get out of here. Listen, I said before Netflix, they got all those 30 million new subscribers from the Mike Tyson fight.
Right.
What's going to happen when they all quit? You know, that was a one-time spike and the stock went up $100. You know, eventually that'll give it up. That's what the event
People
was.
Sign up for Call Me Daddy or whatever that chick
Whatever it is. I don't know what that is. And that's all. We're waiting for the Doge team to come out with their report on the SEC. If you think the Doge team going into the SEC is going after them spending too much on toilet paper or doing this, or they're going after, I think this is what I believe. They're going after people for not enforcing the rules. They've got complaints. All they have to do is go to the complaint department and see how many times people have called up about complaining about naked short selling. I'm sure it's taller than the Empire State Building. I asked them 50 times and I sent them 100 pictures of the truck at the SEC. And my question to Doge at the SEC people is, how many people work in that building and how did they all miss it? And how not one person ever did anything to enforce what we see going on? It's pretty easy. No one said anything. Those are the questions I have. Settle the trades and the game is over. You will become rich. And I don't care who, what, I'm telling you, when these stocks go up, you will be rich. And stop blaming the companies. The company's got to do this company. It's stock settlement. Stock settlement has zero to do with a cancer company, zero to do with a company that makes robotics, zero to do with an auto. It has nothing to do with anything. Wall Street is controlling public companies through fraudulent activity. That's it. And Maxine Waters and all these people must be getting paid under the table because it's so easy to see. I use the word counterfeits. No one was using counterfeits. I always told everybody to use the word counterfeits. Naked short selling is, like they said, putting lipstick on a pig. They're trying to make it sound like it's normal. It's not normal. It's a complete fraud. Who made up the term naked short selling? Wall Street did. Anything else, William?
What are the odds of everything happening before May?
The odds can happen it could happen while we're on the phone. It's coming. You just heard the guy tell it to you. It's not me. His friend is one of his advisors. He just told you that. Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, Devin Nunes on the Intelligence Committee. They all know about it. He says it in this thing. We got to look into this. Everybody's saying it. It's nice and quiet. When it's nice and quiet, it means that it's coming. That's what it means to me. I have other people that know information, but they won't go on the calls. That gentleman did me a favor, came on twice for us. I called him up, he got right back on. I said, can you clarify what you said on a hard stop? And he told you, they're going to kill them all.
So do you think Finger or DJT, I don't know which stock he's talking about, could this happen before May? Because this guy owns calls that expire.
Yes, I think it can happen any second. I understand. Buying options is timing it. So that's, you got May calls. I think you got plenty of time. If you own calls and you're nervous and they're even, sell them, break even, and wait for something to happen. That's the way to do it. I can't guarantee you that you're going to be profitable or the calls are not going to go out. I can't tell you that. But I've done it many times where I had calls. I got a tip on a stock and went straight the fuck down. And I paid $3 for my calls and they're worth 25 cents. All of a sudden the stock turns, gets back to 3. See you later. I sell them at 3. The next day the stock's up 20. I just made a decision saying, hey, I got in too high. It went way down too low. I was losing like $70,000. And I said, screw that. I'll get even and I'll live for the next play. That's what I would do. Don't be afraid to do that. You could, hey, breaking even's a good thing. I told you that. I tell you that all the time. Does anyone have a level 2? Can tell me who the offer is at 545 on GBUX? What name is it?
Would it show on OTC markets? No.
I don't know.
It might. Let me look there.
They've been using ASCM. I told you about Maxim, a small firm. I told you how they can get them.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the last trade 560. It's 512 by 545.
No, they printed something at 513 now. It's 513 bid.
No, they don't have it. Level 2. I don't know.
I just asked 2 guys that have those systems. They could tell me who's doing it. And people, these are the things that you do as a trader. You keep memorizing.
Boat Bum says CSTI.
All right, CSTI. All right.
Nature's Creatures says CSTI.
There
Matt
you go.
E says it's CSTI.
Thank you. That's all. I got it.
Your mama says it's CSTI.
That's Canaccord. Canaccord is involved with Anson Fund. Remember the CEO got caught?
Eric Everett says it's CSTI. Canaccord.
Canaccord has been notorious selling naked shorted shares. Canaccord's been doing it 100 years. They belong in jail. But the U.S. government allows it. What do you want me to do? That's the NASDAQ. These guys, they're a disgrace. If I was a regulator and I got on this phone with you guys, what would you say to me? Everybody would be screaming, settle the fucking trades. What are you doing? And I would sit there and say, well, we can't. We're going to hurt these people. What can I say? And you would sit there and say, you're a scumbag. I hope your fucking kids fucking drown. That's what you should say, right? That's what I would say. Fuck you. You want my family to suffer? Fuck you. And that's the problem. These people, they walk through. Just look at the people that Trump is throwing out in the streets now. They won't even fill out a thing what they've done with 5 things they've done. They got some pair of balls. We're paying them, and they don't want to be treated like that. Everybody else works. You got to have answers. I mean, that's the type of mentality that FINRA, NASDAQ, and the SEC officials have in this situation with everybody's money.
What do you know on MLSS?
0. A friend of mine told me I should stop buying it back, but I don't have any capital right now. And I didn't get a chance to call him up and ask him why. Told me that yesterday. I said it yesterday on the call. I was told to start looking at it. Anything else?
Not really. I mean, let me look up here.
I'll give you one last chance here.
Barbara missed some of what you're saying because she's baking dog biscuits.
That's a good girl.
Yeah. No, there's nothing. Nothing else.
I was looking at maybe flying to Hong Kong to see what the hell's going on. Maybe I can get some answers on the ground. I just got a one-way business class ticket for $1,209 one way. I have to come back, so that's not good.
Oh, shoot. You're coming back? I thought we could celebrate.
I have another one on United for $2,179 round trip. That's a good one. So if I can get the right flight and get a business class ticket, maybe I'll just hop on a plane and
go Singapore Air. Be treated well.
I'm going to go to Hong Kong, so it's Cathay Pacific. I can do that.
Go Cathay Pacific. Don't go United. You gotta, you don't fly.
One of the best flights I had was going to on Japan Air. Was it JAL?
Yeah, all Nippon.
All Nippon. I flew to Japan, and from Japan I flew down to Hong Kong. Then, I stopped that way. Sometimes I took Korean Air one time. Not Korean. ANA. ANAA. Is that it? I forget who's that one. Yeah, I forgot. I got a first class ticket on
that's Korea, is it? ANA?
Yeah, it's Korea. I think it was a Korean Air. I forget who it was, but I flew on first class on an A380. There was 4 of us, and that was a great experience. That was really, that was a nice plane. Anything else, William?
No.
Well, again, I'll leave you with that. You heard the guy tell you, Trump, his advisor, told my friend, they're going to slaughter them. That's what I got out of it. They're going to kill them all. They're going to slaughter them. And we discussed Northwest Bio. He asked me about that. And we talked about that in their fight with Ken Griffith and going after them with Discovery. And I think that could be something you could take a look at. That may open up a big can of worms for everybody. But again, everybody knows. And the selling and this names, FingerMotion, look at the manipulation. It got the 147, they pushed it right back down. And then it stops. I don't even understand what they're trying to do anymore. But they don't want this stock to go up at all costs. And they don't want MULN to go up at all costs, but it did. It went to 560 today. All right? Remember that. The stock has been reversed. It's still traded 90 million shares today. All right, everybody, it's 251. It looks to me like GBUX, they're trying to attack it, but they haven't done anything yet. I don't know if they're going to wait till late in the day. So if you want to buy it, you buy 30%, bid for 30%, and hold on to 40% in case they attack it. This way you can buy a dip.
You can also put a buy order in under the market.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
If you wanted to buy it, they say you want to buy 1,000 shares, you buy 200 at 545. You buy 200 at 513, 200 at 480, and 200 at 460, or something like that.
Yeah.
This way you're involved. You buy something at the offer. In case it can go 545 and the next trade could be $50. That's why I always tell you just to make sure you own something in the trade. That's the most important thing. And then you average in and you take it. If you did it, you would have bought stock yesterday all the way down, and it went right back up again. And it went to 643 today. So imagine buying stock at 4 and you bought at 500 shares and you sold 300 at 6 plus today. You made $1.50, and that means you own it at 4. Take away $1.50, you own it at $2.50, and that's how you play the game. You can always buy it back and start again.
Could the government make the CEO of GBUX issue shares to the shorts?
Nope. No one's doing
Or
anything.
in any stock? Could they make?
What are they going to tell you? Can you do us a favor? Can you do this? They did it with Ryan Cohen. Ryan Cohen had a problem. He got involved at GME, and they said, hey, this is my 2 cents on it. They forced him to sell the shares to the shorts. In return, they let him off the hook on his Bed Bath & Beyond short squeeze. Everything else, everything okay?
Yeah, everything's good.
All right, so I'm going to go play pickleball. It's beautiful out. I'm going to go play ball.
Okay, have fun.
I'll speak to you later.
Not all of your questions are ones that Ham is going to answer, so let's try to go through them. The one that one gentleman here is asking about is Railtown. And Railtown, Ham won't know anything about Railtown. I think he will once it starts running. But last trade on RLAIF, let me find the guy that asked the question. Of course, I won't find it. It's hard to read. It's hard to read. Here, that guy maybe. All right, so Railtown is trading at 28 cents. And of course, that's going to make everyone nervous. It's down. I think it's a screaming buy. I can't give financial advice because I don't know who you are or what your situation is. But Dave, let's just go. The symbol, you have the symbol there. You can do this yourself. 2 months ago, they did a private placement. That's kind of how I heard about it, right around that time frame. Then they were accepted into AMD's network. Then they went into a presentation mode at, apparently, I have no way of knowing, but if not the best, one of the world's best AI conferences out of British Columbia. They did that 2 months ago. And then 2 months ago, they joined AI Partnerships Corporation affiliate network. 15 days ago, they announced a memorandum of understanding to acquire that AI Partnership Corp network. I don't want to read all the other news stories, but let me just hit the highlights here. On February 11th, the company pleased to announce MOU to acquire AI Partnerships. Now, when a headline says MOU, my opinion is the artificial intelligence computers out there, which is what they are. It's not intelligence. It's just they're wired into the wire reports. They see MOU, they start selling the stock down. I think because they're going to assume in most cases that whatever company's involved is going to raise money to do it. If they get the price down, they can screw with the deal. They also obviously can cause dilution. They just do it in every company without fail because the markets simply are fraud, built for Goldman Sachs, built for SAC, built for Citadel, built for big pools of money who cheat. But anyway, AIP is the AI Partnership Corp. They're going to buy it. It has a network of 160 artificial intelligence SAS companies. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to read all that. I've gone through it so many times. You can look it up. But Railtown AI, over the last 4 years, 5 years, developed a software, that's not what you call it, developed a technology, that's not what you call it, developed an AI model which finds problem in legacy software, offers solutions to that problem, upgrades software, installs new software, all in basically minutes compared to months, with one person or two people dedicated to the problem instead of teams. And they're part of Microsoft, AMD, NVIDIA, a few others. You can go to the website and see. So they've gone from an R&D status to they have a first mover product, which is apparently taking this segment of the market by storm. It is a I can't remember the word, self-replicating, that's the wrong word, self-learning. It's also a closed system, so the only way to it is through Railtown. My belief, mainly because I've been working with this other software company, and in that case it is software in the oil and gas business, is once you've created a product that's in demand and you're addressing a huge market, the big boys come in and buy you at a multiple. And that's why I like Railtown. But it looks like, according to this press release, and I don't want to go through reading it, they're going to start buying this AI partnership, and then the companies underneath, they have revenue. Let's just hit the headlines. I know you can't do it yourself. It's difficult to do. They're going to target revenue. They're going to deploy Railtown AI's proprietary technologies across this network and its customers. The key drivers of revenue growth, they're going to acquire these affiliates. They're going to run partnerships. They're looking for recurring revenue. AIP set out to assemble the largest network of AI solution organizations, providing a diverse package of AI solutions. And it just goes on and on. It's just crap to read it out. And they're going to roll up a lot of these companies into Railtown. Now let me show you something. Might not.
How do I do this? I don't know how to do this. Maybe I can do it this way. That's how I can do it. Okay. So now let me go here. Let me see if I can find this to show it to you. Yeah, here. And there you go. All right, so this person probably is a I don't know how I can't get rid of that comment. All right, so this woman is probably a paid consultant. On the other hand, I think she's very low key in her promotional activities. But she puts out that Railtown AI Technologies announces an MOU to acquire AI partnerships. This includes John Ruffalo, I don't know who that is, and Omers, who are the financial architects of Constellation, symbol CSU. This was a $100 billion valuation, 4,900 a share. So these are the same architects of that roll-up strategy. They're doing it here. Investors often ask, when will Railtown have revenues? Today's news is the making of the answer to that question. AIP Partnerships has 160 companies in its network, currently doing 400 million in revenues. Keep our story close as we finalize the letter of intent. Rebecca Kurzweil, and you can follow her. Anyway, I think Railtown, they made that last news announcement 15 days ago. Canada takes 4 weeks, but I don't see why it should take the full 4 weeks to get, shareholder approval. So maybe it does take 2 more weeks and we have to wait 3 weeks. But I just think it could come any time that they announce that MOU has gone hard. And in my opinion, Railtown could go from 30 cents to $1. Now, maybe higher, by the way. But how long it takes to work out the whole strategy to get the stock, I'm hearing much, much higher target numbers, much higher. How long that takes, I don't know. But I think once it goes from 30 cents to $1 or whatever it goes, you won't be able to buy it at 30 cents anymore. I want to show you one other thing and go through it. Alistair McLeod is somebody I've followed for a long, long time. He's looking older on his interviews.
but then again, so am I. He recently, and it comes in more than one interview, but this is what he has said recently. Gold is legal money. Everything else is credit. Gold is money. Everything else is credit. Currencies, fiat, are money. They are credit. Currency, which is what we take as money, is actually credit. So currency is credit. He goes on to say, we are in the biggest credit bubble in history. And if you listen to him, which I recommend, one of the reasons for that credit bubble is during the Reagan years, we had the Volcker, I don't know if it was Volcker or Greenspan, but the Fed started having a put. And every time the market would have a correction, everybody was bailed out. And basically the banks have been bailed out. And the last time under Obama, no banks went out of business. Shearson went out. But, and I think this time they'll take out Bank of America. These other banks are all run by guys that are part of the club. And I don't think they're going to let themselves go out of business if they can help it. Anyway, so over the last 30 years or longer, we've never allowed the market to correct excesses in everything. We're in an everything bubble. So anyway, gold is legal money. Gold is real money. Everything else is credit. Currency is credit. We're in the biggest credit bubble in history. So where is the risk right now? It's in credit. Get out of credit. Get into gold. Get out of credit. Get into gold. And that's what I know. It's weird to go from talking about stocks to talking about gold and silver, but I just think we're running out of time to play some of these stocks. My head is, I'm having a hard time thinking and processing anything. So maybe I'll save the rest I was going to say about that, because I can't do it. I might save this for another time too. I might save this for another time, but I will say Jim Rickards. I love. He's got a list. Jim Rickards picks of stocks, and I don't see one on this list that I don't like. And we can talk about them sometime in the future. I'm feeling really like I'm going to pass out or something. I don't know why. But I'll go down his list. Newmont Mining. He got in at 67 cents. That's $67. It's currently $42. Newmont Mining. I agree with him. That's a great one, Don. He bought Fortuna Silver Mines at $6.50. It's currently trading at $4.47. I don't know anything about that one, but it's a silver company, so I'm predisposed to like that. We'll do that. I'll get prepared and we can discuss each of these companies at some point. Then he likes First Majestic Silver. The symbol is AG. He bought it at 12.65. It's trading at 5.62. Equinox Gold he likes. He paid 7.10. It's trading at 5.87. I don't know this one at all. Ovintiv. Let's just skip that because I don't know. And then L3 Harris, I don't know. But I'll talk about them sometime when we talk about this stuff. He likes Crescent Energy, which I don't know a lot. I've heard good things, but I don't know a lot there. His entry price was $15 and it's currently $15.99. Are you out of your mind? CF Industries, I don't know anything. Essential Utilities, I don't know anything. Baxter International, I like that. BAX. He got in at 45 and it's at 32. Now he likes the PIMCO 25-year zero coupon ETF. And I'm intrigued by that. I think it'll be volatile. I think it's very risky. But obviously that's a play on interest rates. We can talk about that another time. He's got an iShares 3-year ETF for treasuries. I don't know. I think if you're going to do a 3-year treasury, you might as well just stay with the T-bills and roll them. Anyway, then going on, he likes Franco-Nevada. Bravo. I like Franco-Nevada, FNV. His entry was $119. It's now trading at $130. He likes what used to be called Apache. It's now APA Corporation. He got in at 35. It's 23. I love that company. ConocoPhillips, COP. Buffett likes that. COP. He got in at 124. It's 101. Wheaton Precious Metals. I love that company. WPM. He got in at 56. It's now $60. He's in B2 Gold Corp, which I don't know much about, but I know other people have recommended, and I've read that recommendation to you before, but I have no personal information. BTG, he paid $270 and it's $240. Schlumberger, great company. He paid $44.68 and it's $42. Sprott Uranium Miners, that's probably a good idea, but I'm not personally. We've got to stop this with nuclear power. But he paid $39 and it's $44. Intel Corp, he likes at he paid $22 and it's $20. Barrick Gold, he paid $19 and it's $16. Agnico Eagle Mines, I love that. He paid $84 and it's $89. Marathon Petroleum, I like that. He paid $143 and it's $151. So he made 5 of his stocks are up and the rest are all down. But I like that portfolio. I think he's got a kick butt portfolio there. Let me think of what else I might have wanted. My head is spinning, so I think I'm going to have to just sign off. Wolf is down a lot since I sold it. Yeah, I like Wolf. Somebody's shorting DJT. Yeah, I think that's a chance to buy. I like GBUX. Out of this group, this milieu, I like GBUX. I like Railtown, I think. I mean, I'll go back through quickly. You got to make your own choice. I don't think you can go wrong. But I think Railtown at 30 cents, I just think you have to be in it because
to be simplistic, I don't think you're going to get another chance to buy it probably under 60 cents. Now, I said that in December. I was early, and I could be early again, but the news is on the tape. So that's Railtown. I'll go throw it in. Silver, I feel the same way about. I think buying physical silver at, I don't know, $40. If you don't buy it now, same with Railtown, you run the risk that when they move, if I'm right, you'll buy higher, and then you'll be like I am in GBUX. GBUX, we had a lot of time to buy under $1. I didn't. And when it went to almost 8, I bought. And then it went to 10. I didn't sell, but on the way back down, I bought more around 8. I don't have a lot. I have 213 shares. It's in my IRA, so but anyway, now GBUX is down, and I feel quite uncomfortable myself. I feel weak about it. I feel, oh gosh, why did I chase it? But that's where it is. That's where it is. I think if I had money, I know if I had money, I would buy more GBUX. Not a lot. I don't think you need to have a lot to be in it to experience a short, which is why I did it. But that's what I think will happen with Railtown and with silver is once they go up, it's human nature. People will buy up there, and then there'll be sell-offs, there'll be pullbacks. And I just think to be in the strongest position to hold it for what's going to come in the future, you got to accumulate it now. So I like Railtown, I like silver, and then I like right now, because of the proximity to a squeeze, I like GBUX. These are all risky, but I'll throw one in there. I think Nixie is risky. But Nixie had its run. It didn't go as far as I thought it would. But I did say that I felt it had gotten ahead. I played that one correctly. I wouldn't say I played GBUX correctly. But yeah. But I think Nixie at these prices is worth a gamble, which is what it is. I like Finger at these prices. There's a lot coming, and I think at $1.20, that's a pretty good entry point. I want to talk about gold more, what Alistair McLeod said, but I just don't have it in me, so I'm gonna go sign off. Someone was asking, Nick, was it Nixie put out a share buyback? Yeah, they did. I don't know what to think about that as it relates to Nixie. But in other stories, in other stocks, in other situations, in other industries, in my experience, over years, decades, it's an announcement. What makes the stock go up is when they start buying the shares back. Announcement, I mean, it's not bad to have the announcement, but when do they buy it back? At what price do they buy it back? Does it take them 5 years? I'm not saying I'm telling you, I don't know with Nixie. I have to ask someone, then I'll know, and then I'll tell you what I learned. But as a general comment,
when companies announce share buybacks, it can be interpreted as gimmicky, as so what? It's going to take them forever. So I don't know the answer, but the reason the stock's not up is the shorts have seen it before. What's the proof that GBUX and Finger aren't being made? There's none. There's no proof. No proof. There's no proof. There's a website. I used to follow it every day, and I've forgotten it, and I can't. It's like FINRAshort.com or something, but the FINRA tracks reg show exemption trades, and you can see them every day. There's people out there, like the gentleman from the American Stock Exchange says, you can't follow that data. It's published by FINRA, but he says, as a long-time senior guy on the NIXX exchange, you can't follow that because those numbers don't reflect delivery, buybacks during the day, whether or not the stock is being made, was a private placement and the shares are overseas and they're going to bring them in. And so he thinks the numbers are grossly exaggerated when you look at the FINRA failed to deliver numbers. But you can follow it. I just don't remember the website's call numbers. You can follow those short sales. That's what they are. They're sales under the reg show exemption. You can follow it on every NASDAQ stock, every over-the-counter stock, most others, but you can follow it on FINRA. You haven't been around very long, but FingerMotion ran to $9. Frank Benedetto, an IR guy for several companies that all got attacked. I'm not saying it's his fault, but he's paid IR, and he's paid for 3 companies. I don't remember the names right now. My brain is not working. But he came on and pushed a company that he was IR for called COSM. A guy named Lou Bravo may or may not have been paid to do so. And that's normal. By the way, Frank getting paid is normal. Lou may be getting paid. That's normal. Lou came on and pushed for everybody to get into COSM. The argument was they had a good relationship with the CEO. The CEO had committed, a Greek guy that obviously had international accounts. COSM was a company that had contracts out of Europe. They had potential suppliers out of other continents. They're raising this money and they are going to match their contracts with the money and the suppliers, and it's healthcare. And man, this was going to be the greatest thing since Walgreens. The company, the Greek, said he would not do a deal with the short sellers. He would not issue more shares. He would not do a reverse split. He was going to change the name of the company. That was going to cause a short squeeze. he was going to change the QSIP. That was going to cause a short squeeze. It was all bullshit. But the stock went from, I think Lou got shares at 12 cents or something, 8 cents. But by the time he told everyone, it was around 20 cents a share. It went to 83, 80, 88. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just telling you what happened. And I'm not blaming him or anybody. It's just what happened. So then, voila, the stock goes to 80 cents, 88 cents. And guess what? The Greek does a deal with one of these fronts for short sellers. They did it at 33 cents, collapses COSM. Everybody that got out of FingerMotion raced their money over there, lost money. A couple of people made money, but most people got wiped out on that, frankly, pump and dump. During that time frame, I watched on that FINRA site as FINRA reported failed to locate, failed to borrow, shares sold in FingerMotion of over 100 million shares volume in less than 10 days. I watched it. I can't show it to you because I can't find it. I probably made copies somewhere. Maybe I can find that. Is that proof? Well, according to the guy, well, number one, I'm saying it, so that's probably not proof. Number two, according to the guy from the Amex, you can't trust the numbers. I'm like, what numbers are you supposed to trust? But I saw with my own eyes 100 million shares sold naked short in less than 2 weeks, or in 2 weeks, in a stock at the time who had something like, reportedly something like 4 million or 5 million or 6 million shares short, at naked short at that time. At that time, the company had about 10 million shares in the float, as I understand it. And so, in my opinion, with FingerMotion, I saw the naked short in FingerMotion, but that was 2 years ago. I have not seen, it was a little over, it was 2 years and a quarter. I have not seen the buying to cover that. I haven't seen it. Could I be wrong? Sure. But I have seen the stock run up, and then I've seen additional short selling. But is there proof for you, NSA? I don't think that qualifies as proof. My saying that I saw it, that's not proof. According to the gentleman from Amex, even FINRA's own numbers are not proof. So there's no proof. FingerMotion has paid a guy named Tom Ronk for data on the so-called naked shorting position. And that number has been published, and the last number I saw, to my memory, but it's Ham has published it, but then a lot of Ham's data is missing because he got banned from Twitter. So this isn't really proof, but I think it was 170 million the last time I looked at that naked number. Now that's a service that costs money, and the data comes from all different places. But again, according to the gentleman from Amex, you cannot believe Tom Ronk's numbers because you can't just take the naked numbers, add them up, and pretend that that's the real number. That's according to the guy on the Amex. According to Ham, Ham agrees that you don't see all the covering. There could be some. So he discounts that, and he brought that 170 down to a lower number at that time. Now, Ham watches the trading in FingerMotion day by day, week by week, month by month, and he claims that he sees the patterns. So he thinks that short position has gone to 250 million or higher. Is it proof? No, I don't think it's proof. So I think probably NSA, you should just get out of the stock and don't own it. In terms of GBUX, GBUX is a story that Ham received from somebody on Wall Street, Goldman Sachs, something or other, short position, something other, big fundamental story coming. It's going to be like Grab in 2025. He talked about it under $1. I didn't bite. And then all of a sudden it ran to 10. He has received the data from Tom Rock on GBUX, and he's published it on Twitter, and that shows 1.7 million shares naked short. Is it proof? Well, if you believe the gentleman from Amex, Tom Ronk's numbers are bullshit. If you believe Tom Ronk's numbers, that's a big number. If you believe Ham is watching it, and his ability to track it is accurate, but it's not proof. There is no proof that FingerMotion has any naked short stocks. There is no proof that GBUX does. So if you want proof, I would, if you want proof, probably buying stocks like, I don't know. I mean, the multiples are so high. But if you want proof, go with the Mag 7, and you'll have pretty good proof of things. I don't think you're ever going to have proof of naked short selling. By the time there's proof, the stock price is going to be a lot higher. I haven't really been talking about a short squeeze at all in FingerMotion for a long time. I believe it's possible, but I also think the criminals have FingerMotion under control. And I wouldn't be consistent in my theory of a GME or an AMC if I didn't believe that. FingerMotion, in my judgment, was squeezing almost 2.5 years ago. But the criminals have a network, and they pull out all stops. And it's not my goal to disparage other human beings, but to say what happened. And I think the shorts were successful in stopping a short squeeze in FingerMotion. And I don't think FingerMotion is going to squeeze overnight. However, I think FingerMotion has several things working in its favor right now that mean to me that the stock could go from $1.20 to $3 or $4 or $5 or $6 within the next 2 months to 3 months. Those are magnificent trading returns. If you buy FingerMotion at $1.20 and you're able to sell it at $4 in 3 months, I mean, it's just fantastic return. Now, what I think could catch out a short squeeze in Finger, or this manipulation that goes on in Finger, is if the stock starts to trade at 4 or 5 or 6 based on, one, fourth quarter comes in. Fourth quarter ends on Friday, by the way. Fourth quarter comes in with positive earnings. 2, the year 2025 for FingerMotion ends on Friday, and it ends on a positive note of positive earnings for the fourth quarter. 3, FingerMotion's fourth quarter and year end, the annual report, which ends on Friday, comes out and in more detail explains the C2 contract, the contract for building out trucks, drones, SUVs, and all manner of vehicles to carry spy equipment, data agglomeration equipment, cameras, radios, etc., using data that goes up in the cloud and is then gathered with these, I don't have the vocabulary, the systems that FingerMotion's put together with these vehicles. And these are exclusive contracts given to FingerMotion by the Chinese governments. We know of 2 vehicles announced 3 months ago. We know a contract was discussed in December to be fulfilled by press release. So in the fourth quarter and annual report, if we learn that this C2 contract expanded and was fulfilled and is on the verge of further expansion, that, to me, that's revolutionary potentially to the FingerMotion story. We'll find out about that here. Well, we won't find out about it probably for 45 days after the end of the fourth quarter, which is Friday, after the end of the 2025 annual report, which is Friday. But I think it'll be April 15th when we get that news. Those 3 things: positive earnings in the fourth quarter, positive earnings to finish the year, which get more fully described in the annual report, the expansion of the C2 contract. Those 3 things in that earnings report could lead to a forward presentation that 2026 earnings are going to be positive, the growth is going to be huge, and the company is never looking back. That would change the price of FingerMotion shares immediately. Even at $5, doesn't even have to go higher, in my opinion. At $5, if that $5 cannot be shorted down because the company has positive earnings, it has positive projections, its C2 contract is growing massively, that's when a short is in trouble for sure. The other thing is potential right now is that Roth Partners could come out with a research report. I think it's obvious that Roth Partners' loyalty is to its hedge funds, who are the criminals who short stock. I don't think Roth Capital Partners is much better than a Jeff Lind or the rest of them. But I think their research might come out and it might surprise. So that's something else. The other thing about FingerMotion, according to Ham and according to the buzz, there's some other news out there pending. I have no idea what it is. There's always a possibility of other news. So FingerMotion now at $1.20, how much lower can it go? Well, the one objective of Jeffrey Lynn's clients, who are short, according to Ham, 250 million shares. Yes, but is there proof of that? No, there's no proof of that. There's no proof of that. None. None. Jeremy Frommer called me up years ago, and I like the guy, I'm not picking on him. But he wanted to know, and fair enough, he wanted to know why I was saying that CRTD Vocal was being shorted. And I told him, I'm paraphrasing, I told him because Jeffrey Lind created a convertible note and his clients have shorted it. He said, is there proof? I said, no, there's no proof. He says, well, you're saying there's all this stock being sold. I said, the FINRA website has the data, but the data is incomplete according to my friend from the American Stock Exchange. And that guy's an honest guy, and he had a 40-year career. So that's not proof. And so Jeremy said to me, so you really don't have any proof? I said, no, it's not proof. So he did another deal. And he put out a press release saying that he didn't find any evidence in his research that Jeffrey Lind was doing any shorting, which is probably true. It's probably the 4 hedge funds. And then he did the mother of all reverse splits, 1 for 500, and the stock's destroyed. I still can't prove it to you. But if you can't see that pattern as a threat to your financial livelihood and as an opportunity, perhaps, to make money, I don't know. I don't know. There's no proof. There's no proof. I think in the case of FingerMotion, just on the story by itself, you can double or triple your money in the short run, or better. I think, to my eye, and to Ham's, and Ham's is better than mine, they've never covered the shares in FingerMotion. I would open to you for doubt, if you want doubt. I would wonder, Ham doesn't agree with this. He doesn't see it as possible. But I wonder if FingerMotion is able to move shares out of the country, trades out of the country, and Wagner doesn't want to follow anything. Adina Friedman is oblivious. Gary Gensler is paid off. It's maybe those trades have gone away, or a lot of the 250 million. Somehow they never have to cover again. So as Ham often says, don't call it 250 million. Call it 25 million. Call it 5 million. If they have to cover that, FingerMotion's going much, much higher. Now, to me, the way to play FingerMotion, now that it's at $1.20, you can buy calls and all that. I would just buy the stock, is to wait for this kind of change in perception about the status of FingerMotion. Once FingerMotion becomes a company where the what does it do answer becomes, it is an aggregator or a fabricator of data collection vehicles with an exclusive contract to build out that system for China. That's pretty powerful. And Roth Capital is projecting that their revenue is going to grow to X billion or whatever. I'm making that up. And their earnings turn positive and are growing at this clip. And Roth Capital believes that they'll never have a bad quarter, a negative quarter from here onward. I'm making it up. I'm making this up. That changes the perception of what the risk level is to FingerMotion on the downside. And if FingerMotion then trades at $5, $6, $7, you will find out. Because the criminals, if they exist, there's no proof they exist. None. None. There's no proof that the U.S. markets are corrupt. None. There's no proof that anything is wrong. None at all. MMTLP, there's no evidence that 1 billion, 2 billion extra shares of MMTLP were sold and exist. You can't prove it. You would need the blue sheets, and the SEC doesn't want to give those. So there's no proof. Fidelity apparently is in trouble with the MTLP position, but nobody, not nobody, most people listen to Double D, and they're not transferring their shares to, so there's no sellout of the number of shares of NextBridge. So there's no proof. There's no proof. There's no proof. With GBUX, I don't even know what the company does. They did put out a news story that they received a commitment an LOI, letter of intent. Cross my heart and hope to die, promise to bring $100 million in the company. It is a letter of intent, subject to due diligence, so it could always fall through. That is out there. That is out there. That's been announced. Is there proof they're going to put 100 million in? No, there's no proof they're going to put 100 million in. Is there proof there's a large short position in GBUX? No, there's no proof. Tom Ronk has come up with a number close to 2 million shares short, but it's not proof. It's data that he attests to as being accurate, but it doesn't capture whether or not shares were bought back. It doesn't capture if those shares were real that were sold. There's no proof. There's no proof there was short selling in GME. There's just no proof. There's plenty of stocks out there that you can chase. I'm going to sign off, but I think my priority of all these dogs, Railtown #1, because I think within 2 weeks we should know something, and it'll be $1. Silver #2, but I could put silver #1, but I would prefer, if you make money in Railtown, you use that money for silver. But I think the physical market is about to collapse in silver. I think gold may have gotten ahead of itself because everybody's talking about it. When everybody's talking about something, they can make a raid on it. So I'm not positive that we won't have another chance at silver being a little cheaper. But both silver and gold should be bought not for trading purposes, in my judgment. Railtown, you can trade. Silver should just be bought to own it through the troubles. #1, Railtown. #2, silver. #3, I'd say #3, FingerMotion. #4, maybe. I left GBUX out. I'd put GBUX. I think I'd put GBUX #3. Why? Because if something's going to happen with GBUX, listening to him, it's going to be soon. And it'd be nice to be in something that's squeezed, just to be in it and learn how to do it. For me, if GBUX doesn't do something in the next week or 2 or 3, I might be tempted just to get out of it and go to Finger or go to Railtown. But I'll put GBUX 3, FingerMotion 4, Nixie 5. I'm sorry to say it, I would stay away from Next Trip. And then you can throw in ZJYL, GDC, Wolf, the MLSS. All of these, I think, will have their time. Ham was talking today that MULN is up. MULN was dead forever. So you just don't know when they start to run. And MULN is up 75% today. Now, is that proof that there's naked short selling? Is it proof? No, there's no proof. It's pattern. You do a deal with Jeff Lind, you're going to get screwed. Is that proof? No, there's no proof. They hire attorneys to make sure there's no proof. They corrupt the regulators to make sure there's no proof. They make sure that Ann Wagner comes out against a consolidated audit trail of trades to make sure there's no proof. They use different LLCs to make sure there's no proof. They use corrupt attorneys, in my judgment, to make sure there's no proof. They move trades from LLC to LLC, from market maker to market maker, from prime broker to prime broker to make sure there is no proof. They use dark pools, which the trades get reported later, but still they do it to confuse, so there is no proof. They get their friends to create stock here from offshore, and then offshore they start selling, and no one in the EU keeps track of those trades, so there is no proof. Frank, it's not Frank, it was somebody else, NSA. There is no proof. Everything I've been talking about for 4 years, there's no proof. And you're the one that came up with it. You caught me out. There's no proof for any of this. None of it. It's just no proof. There's no proof of 450 million shares counterfeit in GTII. There's circumstantial evidence, but there's no proof. Guys like NSA want proof. I think NSA is a good guy, but these people come on to cause the doubt. There's no proof. Well, by the time you get the proof, the stock is either going to have squoze, or the trade's going to be over. I'm tired. If you want proof, I can't provide it. There is no proof with GTII of 450 million counterfeit shares. It is possible that the receiver, now that I think of it, the receiver may have access to some information, but to get proof, you need the blue sheets. And Ann Wagner is bought off by Goldman Sachs and the rest of Wall Street. There were naked shorts in GME, and there's no proof. There's no proof. There's no proof. And that's what NSA wants, is proof. There isn't any. Now, I happen, Stoney, to agree with you that when you see a stock go from 350 to 500 or 470 on high volume, that's pretty darn good evidence that there was a large short position and there's short covering. But is there proof? There is no proof. There's no proof. There's no proof. If you want proof, go take a COVID test if you want proof. Yeah, Martin was going to tell you the company's going bankrupt, and therefore he canceled it.
because he couldn't face the interview yesterday. So he's going to have another one when he's more prepared. No, that's not what happened. According to Ham today, when he was asked that question, he was told that the company Silver Screen, Silver Streak, Slipstream, Stream Video, I can't remember the name, but the company that was going to do the interview had to cancel. It was not, according to him, it was not Martin. It wasn't FingerMotion. The company organizing the interview had to cancel. And here somebody said, I can't confirm it, that it's been rescheduled for Friday. I think it's possible that there's some sort of information out there that lawyers would prefer gets announced before an interview. But as it was pointed out to me, when a CEO gives an interview, they don't have to answer every question. So I don't know. But there is nothing in the information I've received to worry about that an interview was canceled. I agree. You've got to stop. You've got to stop the music. I agree with that. I agree with that. Somebody just texted me that Nixie is moving in the aftermarket. Look, guys, I don't know if it's going to happen, but what I'm hearing is that Nixie, let me just see. Nothing works here. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's not even plugged in. There it goes. Now it's working. Let me just go to this and see. Okay. All right. So February 26th, Nixie, pursuant to Rule 477 under the Securities Act as amendment, Nixie hereby withdraws the registration, the S1. The S1's not coming up. Okay, here it is. So they're withdrawing the S1, which was filed there's no date here. So it was filed a couple of 3-4 months ago. There's no date on the S1.
They were offering 20 million shares of common stock. It's dated December 5, 2024. They were offering 20 million shares, and it says at a price of $3.21 a share. This S1 has just been withdrawn. More accurately, Nixie just today put in a request to withdraw this S1. I think Nixie tomorrow morning could, I'll be blunt, I think Nixie could squeeze tomorrow morning because of that news. So I think you're going to see Nixie do whatever it started to do last year when there was 52 million shares trading and it went to $12 pre-market, and then it opened at $8 and then it got kneecapped. I think without being kneecapped, I think that stock was headed to $20, $25, $30. I think tomorrow, watch Nixie, and I think it's going to be too late to buy shares, but I think it's possible that I'll pick a number. I think Nixie could go to $15, $20, $25 tomorrow. It's not a promise, but I think that's what could happen. I don't own Nixie right now. I wanted to buy some, but you got to have money. I think you're going to see a lot of volume on Nixie. I bet you see 100 to 200 million shares. I'm making a prediction. I haven't spoken to anybody, and I bet the stock can go to 25. That's what I think. So we'll see what happens with Nixie. Maybe that's the one that'll finally go. GBUX is down. Yeah, I think Nixie, looks like Nixie's gonna go. Now, if you own Nixie, and if it does trade a lot of volume tomorrow, please don't hold out for the highest dollar or for everything, you know, sell something. Sell while the volume's there. So if you own Nixie and you end up selling it, everything at $8, don't worry about it as long as you made money. If it goes to 18 or it goes to 28 and you go, shoot, I missed out, so what? Let it go for somebody else. Just try to make a profit in it when there's volume. It looks like Nixie's about to run. I think withdrawing the S1 is an excellent sign that that stock's going much higher as soon as tomorrow. Wow, you got 2,000. That's great, Steve. I hope you guys have a lot of Nixie and make a lot of money. I hope you make a lot of money. Here's another stock Steve wants you to look at. OKLO. I don't have the bandwidth tonight. I can do it maybe tomorrow. Nixie, it looks like to me, is going to be exciting tomorrow. Let's see how it's trading right now. I don't see the trades. So let me see if I have something up here where I can look. Let me look over here. Let me just look. Wow. Wow. That's so frustrating. I wanted to buy Nixie today, but I couldn't. It's over $2. It's 207. So you could have bought it today at a buck, I don't know, $1.50. And it's 2. That's great. Good. I hope people make a lot of money. Oh, you bought that Oak Loaf at 8 and it went to 50. Well, it's already gone then. It's already traded. I don't know. If you guys want to follow Steve's ideas, he seems to have a lot of them. Please do. I can't follow everything. And it looks like I should have held on to Nixie, but I'm not Rockefeller, so I feel very good about Railtown. But Nixie looks like it's going to go. And I'm so happy for everybody. I really am. I have friends that own Nixie, and I have a lot of investors that own Nixie. I'm very happy for everybody. Should we have our sell orders in for fingers now? Broker only allows sell orders up to 100. Ham thinks you should have sell orders in. He's said that many, many times. You should put them in wherever you choose. You can always change them later. If you want to take the approach to FingerMotion that it's going to be like GME was one time, and GME goes from 5 to 500. And then we spend the next 3-4 years waiting for GME to do better than that. That's one strategy. And I certainly cannot contradict Ham if there's 250 million shares short in Finger and there's a forced buy-in, and if it comes from Trump, the numbers could be astonishing. But I really think, for me, I'm not going to tell you what maybe you've learned over the last 2 years, 3 years. What I've learned is that the shorts have a lot of weapons. They have a lot of money. They have a lot of power. And they're able to manipulate us, prices. So as something is going up, sure, it can get a little bit out of control. But at some point, they seem to be able to stop it and bring it back down. What will this mean for Finger? I don't know. But I think Finger, as any of these stocks, will be volatile. Let's just look at Nixie as an example. I first told you guys about Nixie. I was very pumped up on it. I don't even know what price it was when I told you. It ran on a Thursday morning. I don't remember. I feel like it could have been Friday, it could have been Wednesday, but I think it was a Thursday morning. It ran to 12 pre-market. That was Nixie on 50, and that day it finished with 52 million shares volume. It opened at 8 that morning, or traded at 8 that morning. And then the selling came in. It was like somebody threw a crowbar
in the gears of a large locomotive machine, and everything stopped. And the stock closed, started selling down, selling down, selling down. And I think the stock closed that day lower than it opened, obviously. But I think it might have closed below where it closed the night before. My point being that with Nixie, they stopped it dead in the tracks. No. It didn't go that low. They closed around 650, something like that. And then Nixie was $6, $7, $5.50 for December, something like that. And I know I became very cautious on Nixie. That's when I started telling you guys about Railtown. But what they did with Nixie is over 6 months or so, 6 weeks, sorry, 8 weeks, it looks like Nixie got down to 150. If, and it's a big if, but if something's happening right now with Nixie, they withdrew the S1, the stock's running a bit right now. If whatever started that Thursday gets going again tomorrow and Nixie runs, let's say my pull it out of the air number, $15, $20, $25 happens tomorrow. And by the way, it could happen pre-market, so make sure you're watching pre-market. But if it happens, you would have been probably out or bored or looking the other way in Nixie by now. So it's possible. It's possible FingerMotion is going to have this huge run, but it's also possible that FingerMotion does something at some point like Nixie, runs up and then pulls back. So I don't personally think you should be worried about putting your orders in on FingerMotion above $100 necessarily. I would be trying to trade Finger if it goes from 150, but you got to pick your own numbers. I mean, man, if it went to 5 or 6, maybe that's a time to take some money off the table. When it pulls back, buy back. Or if it goes to 16, sell and let it pull back. I would be thinking in those terms. I wouldn't put it all out at above 100. Anyway, that's a long answer. It's because my head is killing me. The other thing I'd say, Fro Girl, is who is it? If you can't put the order in at your broker for $100, go ahead and put it in every day, every morning. If you can't put a GTC in, put it in every morning. And maybe that's how you can do it. But yeah, you should have orders in, and you can go with high orders. I just think we have to start to learn the lesson to take, because we've had chances to take profits. Wow, Steve. I think that's going to be a good trade. If the news that's already been put out in press release, if it comes out definitively, I think that position is going to be 100 to 150 grand for you potentially very soon. And at that point, we collectively will have to decide based on the news, based on the projections, what to do then. I think the stock is going to go much, much higher. Railtown, I'm talking about. Over the course of this year,
I used to think there could be a potential of speed in that price rise because, and I still think it's going to happen, because of the potential of a buyout. But with this last news story, rolling up revenue is pretty powerful too. And I just showed you that Rebecca, I think her name is, it says those companies have 400 million in revenue. Well, the number I heard in the AI space is that revenue's worth 19x. That's a stupid thing. So 400 million times 19 gives you 7.6 billion in market cap. And let's just take a third of that. I mean, it's just guesswork. That's 2.5 billion. Let's go with 2.5 billion as a potential target if AI isn't in a bubble, if AI stocks do not collapse, if that multiple of 19x is reasonable, I'm taking a third of it, and if they roll up, in other words, a third of that revenue. And let's just say they have 139 million shares outstanding. Let's say they expand to 500 million shares outstanding. I have no idea. This is all just, that could be a $5 stock. That could be a $5 stock. Just based on that was the stuff we know. It could go a lot of, anyway. I think Railtown's going to go a lot higher. Hey, Anna, Queen of Trades. Hi. I'm not feeling very well, so I think Finger has reached its nadir, and I think Finger was, I think Roth Capital, whether they knew it or not, but acted as a pass-through for the naked shorts, and the shorters shorted the stock from 270 down under $1.50, and they gave the company its own money, and Roth Capital facilitated that back before the Chinese New Year, back in December. So the company raised less than $5 million net at $1.50, and they put out warrants at $1.50, which I think were an indication that the criminals handled that trade. So anyway, it was year-end tax selling. People are disappointed. I think the criminals kept selling FingerMotion. I think they were hoping to get it under $1. China went on its New Year's. There's been no news. As far as I know, trying to remember if I interviewed it. Did I interview Martin? I can't even remember. Anyway, I'm not sure there was an interview after that Roth Capital financing. So the stock has been, every time it rallies up a bit, they sell it off. I don't think Roth Capital did a very good job at being an investment bank. I think Roth Capital acted as a flow-through, a pass-through, to cause FingerMotion to issue shares at a lower price than they wanted to, so the shorts could cover their positions. Okay, so that's all the negative I can say. Having said that, I think there's an argument to be made for FingerMotion being worth I don't know, 70 million market cap to 150 million market cap. I don't know the number, but if you take FingerMotion's revenues and you assume them to be roughly 35 million over the last couple of years, and you factor in that there was the economic shutdown in China, you factor in that 1/4 of this last year, FingerMotion's revenue from text message, from minutes evaporated. It went to zero, and they replaced that revenue with revenue from text messaging. I think it was this last year. I think one could argue that FingerMotion was a very difficult company to value. And if you wanted to go further and be negative on its valuation, it was hard to get excited about Finger because it was losing money. It was hard. Anyway, it's possible that Roth Capital looked at this deal and said the market cap should be $1.50 a share. That's possible. So anyway, what's happening now? I think what's happening now is FingerMotion raised the money in December, and thank God they did, because had they not, they might have lost the contract on this. It's this contract, it's called C2. I forget the two C's. Anyway, they have the apparently exclusive contract to build out SUVs, cars, trucks, drones for Chinese governments, national, local, city, town, state, whatever they call it, oblast, whatever they call their provinces. And the first contract they got was for 2. They just got the next contract, and they had to raise the money, as I perceive it, in order to keep that contract fulfilled, which they did. I personally think if they hadn't raised that money, they might have lost the contract, but they did it. I also think if they were raising the money now, the criminals would be doing it at 30 cents or 40 cents a share. So, hey, I'm glad they did it where they did it. So there is a negative on what I'm saying. I think that means they're going to have to raise more money. And he said so. As I heard his interviews, but the company needs to raise money to acquire the vehicle, to put their hardware in it, to hook it up with their software. Then they deliver the vehicle, and they get paid 90 days later. So the profit margin is very high. And it sets up ongoing revenue from data collection. And we have no idea how important that is, but I think that could be very important. So the company needs capital to create the product, to deliver to the government under the contract, and then they have to wait 90 days for the money. That money conceptually can then roll, maybe at a 40% profit, roll into the next vehicles. But I can see a situation where FingerMotion is going to need to raise money as this contract expands. So that's a cautionary thing. So what's the good? Why is the stock showing a little bit of life? A little bit of life. It gets sold off. I think it's because FingerMotion's 2025 ends this Friday. FingerMotion's fourth quarter of 2025 ends this Friday. FingerMotion's performance on its initial 2 vehicles should be available in the numbers as they are reported in the fourth quarter / annual report for 2025, which I think FingerMotion and their auditors will take the entirety of the 45 days they're given to make that report. So I think we'll see those numbers April 15th. I think those numbers are going to be excellent. Does that mean they're going to be, FingerMotion probably is going to turn profitable in the fourth quarter of 2025, which ends Friday. Friday, February 28th, 2025 is the last day of FingerMotion's fiscal 2025 year. And it's the last day of FingerMotion's fourth quarter for 2025. Now, is it possible they won't go positive in earnings? Sure. I don't think it matters. If they make money, I don't think it's going to be huge. I think it'll be a penny, 2 pennies, 3 pennies a share. But they could lose money. But I think that's possible they'll go positive in the fourth quarter. But what is going to be critical with those numbers is if those 2 vehicles show in there, and I have to make this up because I don't know, but if it shows that the profit margin, let's say, is 40%, that's going to be information that's going to be powerful. If they're able to talk about the contract that they raised the $5 million to fulfill, and they may not be, but if they do talk about that in the fourth quarter, that's going to be very powerful information. That information will be incorporated in an analysis, whether it's done by Roth Capital's research team or by institutions and family offices and big investors on their own, or by us. We can look at it and say, wow, their contract for the vehicles is growing at this rate, their profit margin is this much, and we can extrapolate, therefore, what the value per share of that contract may well be. It's powerful. For the first time, FingerMotion will be able, or analysts for FingerMotion will be able, in my judgment, to give a per share value that makes sense. And that could be really exciting. That could be really exciting. We're not there that yet. I think you're still 45 days away from hearing that data and information. Okay, so that's a long answer on the mechanics of what's going on. The second thing is, according to him, I haven't heard it myself, Roth Capital is coming out with a research report soon on FingerMotion. If I were that analyst, I would wait till the year ends, Friday. Would I wait until the earnings report? Maybe I might, but probably the analyst would have access to that data under an NDA sooner. Because Roth Capital has institutional clients, such that Roth Capital could put out a research briefing or a buy recommendation before they put out their big report. That can happen. So I think there'll be research from Roth Capital, whether we see it or not, before 45 days. So that's a positive, potentially. Ham has alluded to, I'm not going to share it, but I do think it's possible that FingerMotion has really significant additional news coming out that may not wait until those earnings are reported in mid-April. So I don't, Ham said it on the calls in different ways. It sounds like it could be rumors that are being spread, so I don't personally want to repeat them. But if they are as big as he has said on the lives and put on Twitter, could be pretty significant. I will say that FingerMotion is only about 50 million shares. The company obviously has no intention of doing a toxic convertible note type financing again. I do think FingerMotion is susceptible to criminal financing. I will go so far as to say that I believe Roth Capital, whether they knew it or not, helped just now to facilitate money going to the criminals. It's how the stock is traded. They didn't support anyway, it's just how I read it. But I think that, having said that, there's an aspect to Roth Capital that is a real investment bank. And I'm very close to the head of Roth Capital's energy banking, who, by the way, did the financing early on for Torchlight and knows MMTLP and that whole story. That gentleman is a good friend of mine, and he tells me that Roth Capital actually does have the ability to put away placements to its own sales force, which is significant, at least insofar as energy deals are concerned. So there is a strength, I think, to Roth Capital that can perform, can be an investment bank of significance for FingerMotion. They haven't shown it yet to me, but as soon as they do, I'd be willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. And we're almost there on that. Martin apparently is going to do an interview with Silver Streak or something like that Friday. He was supposed to do it yesterday and it got canceled. He's supposed to do it Friday, so we'll probably learn more then. I think FingerMotion looks like a great time to buy it. A lot of people want to buy the calls trade the calls. I think the stock's so cheap. Why not just buy the stock? Ham purchased 500 of the March, the March $2 calls for 7.5 cents. That's ham. I wouldn't do that because I mean, the odds are that's going to expire worthless. But he sees it that the stock, there could be enough momentum and enough good news. And Ham totally believes that FingerMotion could have a rocket ship of a buyout and a squeeze at almost any time. I'm using my own words, but I think that's what Ham's view is. My opinion on FingerMotion, if I were to buy calls, and I'm not, I don't have the money, I would buy the $1. I'd go out a little further. I'd buy something more conservative because I do believe this is all I expect out of FingerMotion. It's $1.20. I think with this positive earnings potential, but certainly positive color for what comes across for the rest of the year. I think FingerMotion needs to answer 2 or 3 things. One, what do we do? No one answers that, but if they can answer that after this report, that's great. If they're able to say that our revenue, cash flow, and earnings are predictable, that they are repeatable, and that they are growing, and they can do that now, I think FingerMotion has the potential to double or triple from here, and possibly more. In other words, it could be $2, $3, $4 within $90 days, but sooner probably, within 2 months. And those are great returns from here, but we're all spoiled. But in other words, I think people can make 100%, 200%, 300% in FingerMotion in the next 2 to 3 months, which I think is fantastic. Where I'm a little more cautious is I think the criminals have everything under control in almost everything. So I'm a little more cautious on believing that FingerMotion can have an explosive short squeeze tomorrow. But I'm not willing to say it can't happen, of course. Ham really believes at any time FingerMotion can skyrocket. Anyway, my feeling is if FingerMotion gets to, let's say, $4, $5, even $6, based on a predictable, definable business product, finally, Wall Street might be able to pull forward a valuation of that stock. And if it includes positive earnings and accelerating growth, I do think FingerMotion will not be able to be shorted again like it has in the past. Every time news comes out, the criminals short the stock. Now, there's a gentleman here that asks earlier, is there proof? There is no proof. There's no proof in as you know, in MMTLP, there's not proof in the sense that someone that demands proof expects to get it. It's not like there's a study out there that's been peer reviewed and has gone in front of 20 different doctors and research analysts to prove it. But you know that in MMTLP, there's some proof, TradeStation, there's some pieces of evidence, but for someone to be able to come up with a total picture of proof, there's not enough collective concern on the part of Wall Street or the regulators to have that transparency. So every time Finger announces anything or there's a delay or whatever, the criminals sell it off. I believe that whether it's this quarter, it might have to be next quarter, but sometime pretty soon, FingerMotion has the possibility of being able to answer the questions succinctly. What do you all do? If they get that answer. And how much do you earn? And they get that answer. And how much do you think it's worth per share? And if they get that answer, sort of. Now, of course, none of that's hard and fast. But if that number comes out, let's say at $5 a share, and it's based on all of that and institutional buying and contracts and research and all that, I don't think the shorts are going to be able to short it back down. And then you, in my opinion, then you could have forced buy-ins because these large positions are not going to be reverse split. They're not going to be filled out by the company issuing shares to the criminals like almost every other company we're aware of has had to do. So I'm very optimistic for Finger, but I guess, Anna, I don't see it the way Ham does. I don't see it as a potentially overnight rocket, let's say in the next 90 days. On the other hand, Ham was also throwing in his information from Trump's people that they're going to put a stop to naked shorting. That sounds great to me. And apparently people are getting excited that this might lead to something with MMTLP, which I've tried to make a couple of phone calls to find out what's going on there. That'd be great. But as I think about the overall stock market in the United States, it is my contention, I've never heard it anywhere else, although I had one person tell me you're spot on. I think these bankers are using the same sleight of hand that has been accepted in the banking system, commercial banking system, for 400, 500, 600 years, when people first noticed that when gold was deposited at a bank and then they issued script against it, just to quickly come to the ratio, basically only about 10% of that gold ever got claimed. The rest just sat there. So banks quickly learned they could lend out money, create script basically on a 10-for-1 basis. And that's our commercial banking system. Banks lend out money 10-to-1. I actually think today banks are probably 99 to 1, and that may be conservative. I think that's what's happening in the security system. I think Wall Street is lending out stock. You know, I'd like to think they limit it to 10 to 1, but I bet it goes to 99 to 1. I bet it goes to whatever they can get away with. They are applying financial strategies to everything that moves, walks, or breathes. And if they can put a derivative on it, if they can put a call option on it, if they can put a contract on it, if they can put paper on it, if they can lie about it, if they can sell stock from Germany and not deliver on it, they're going to do it. If they can collude, if they can move trades around, they're going to do it in every single stock on the North American market. And Ann Wagner's not going to care at all. She's paid off. I don't see anyone in Congress that really cares. That one legislative aide that you and I sat with, she seemed to care, but I noticed she didn't write anything down in her notebook. I don't know if anyone really cares. But apparently Trump cares now. So anyway, you look at it, and if I'm right, I don't know if that I am, but just go with how I think for a minute. If the commercial banking system creates money out of thin air, which keeps the economy growing and house prices going up and car prices, everything going up, but it keeps the engine of the American and Western economies growing. That's what I think has happened in our securities system. So the United States market, apparently, ostensibly, is the world's largest securities market. It's its deepest securities market. It's the most transparent. If you listen to Gruber Gensler, it's the most honest. Again, listen to Gensler. I don't buy any of that. I think it's Dr. Oz, Wizard of Oz. So I think if Trump were to stop all naked shorting, hard stop in everything, I think he'd destroy the United States of America. I think our stock market would implode. Now, there'd be short squeezes, so that would be offset by gains. But I think instantly, brokerage firms, banks, hedge funds, retirement accounts, family assets would disappear. So you would take, even at 10 to 1, you would take whatever trillions of dollars are in our securities markets. I heard the other day that foreign investment in our securities markets equals something like, and I think it might include bonds as well, but it equals something like $30 trillion, $32 trillion. That'd become 3.2 trillion. Probably go less than that. I just don't see Trump doing that. Our stock market would go from #1 in the world to 5th. I don't see Trump doing that. I really don't. And I don't think the banks would let Trump do that. So I'm not, even though everyone's all excited, and I just heard the guy live. I just don't know how he can bring naked short selling to a hard stop. So my answer, Anna, and I've put it out here a few times, my answer is he should focus on the micro cap and the small cap stocks, all the way up to NASDAQ. I don't think he should pick a specific cutoff, because if he did, the criminals would manipulate it. But basically, any stock under $1 billion, but like I say, there shouldn't be a hard, fast cutoff. You know, if it goes up to 5 billion or 10 billion, so what? But I think he should focus on the small cap stocks, micro cap, because that's where the American engine is. That's the American dream. That's where jobs are. That's where technologies are. That's where defense contracts are. That's where America can grow again in a big, big way. So to me, what Trump should start with is settle the trades in the small cap stocks. Let the big boys, let Tesla duke it out on its own. Let Apple Computer duke it out on its own. There are shorts in Tesla, naked, but there's also huge funds and retirement accounts who have trading desks, who have analysts, who have buying power, who have research reports to offset the criminal activity. Let them take care of themselves. That would leave the majority of the US stock market big and bold. Let Trump come down and start with the markets that Goober Gensler ignores, completely ignores. Come down to the markets that Adina Friedman has no interest in. She's not even curious about them, although she runs the place. Come down to NASDAQ. Come down to over-the-counter markets that Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell does such a bad job at. Come down to the pink sheets where FINRA and SEC couldn't be bothered. Come down to these stocks. And the changes I would make right out of the gate in the sub-billion-dollar stocks, or maybe it's more than $1 billion, but the small cap stocks. Number one, obviously, settle the trades. Number two, no reg show exemption. None. No reg show exemption. Number three, no high frequency trading in stocks which trade by appointment anyway. No high frequency trading. You make retail, put the money up. Hey, dude, if you can't bring the stock to the trade, don't sell it. It's a puny stock anyway. So get rid of high frequency trading. Get rid of any of the failure to deliver, failure to request delivery. I would reinstate the uptick rule, I would further require all financings that the buyers be disclosed. Every financing, the buyers have to be disclosed. No LLCs, other than if you start with an LLC, you got to finish with that LLC. No moving it around. No market makers. No market makers. If it's computerized, do it by computer. None of these shady market makers. And I would require with the smaller cap stocks, if your brokerage firm trades in the stock, you've got to maintain research. You've got to maintain, I don't know if you can require a trading desk, but you've got to maintain a market somehow. And then that gets tricky because there are no market makers. But I think a Morgan Stanley, a Fidelity, who builds a position, who allows clients to buy MMTLP, for example, and they are not requesting delivery, I think they should have a requirement to maintain research on that stock position, to maintain buying integrity in that stock position, and possibly maintain a trading desk. I mean, I don't know how you do that. Anyway, then you move on, get rid of the Merrill Lynch rule. Allow your brokers at Merrill Lynch, at Morgan Stanley, at anywhere else, to recommend stocks that trade under $5 a share. Allow retail to buy those shares. If you're going to trade in those shares and build positions, allow your brokers to recommend the purchase of those shares. Those are the places I would start. I'd have full transparency. I would have the consolidated audit trail on all of that. Privacy be damned. And anyway, those are a number. I probably left something out, but those are the things that's where I think Trump should start. He should start with the micro cap markets, and that would make America great again. We wouldn't lose our battery technology. We wouldn't lose our healthcare technology to China. We wouldn't lose things to the criminals. I'd also put these men, they're all men, I'd put them in jail. Put one of those bastards in jail and it's over. And I would probably make it a felony for a CEO to sign a toxic convertible note, to take money from these funds, and that would drive the business up right away. Why would I do that? You'd say, why go after the CEO? Because the SEC only goes after CEOs. So put the onus on the CEO. But on all of my recommendations come down to one thing: create a marketplace, create price discovery, create a fair, level playing field. And until you do that, the entire micro cap, small cap marketplace in the United States of America is set up for Steve Cohen, Blankenfein, Ken Griffin, Black, Fink, all of these concentrated pools of money. It's set up for them to cheat. It's set up for their acolytes or their partners, even at an arm's distance, to evade taxes, to take trillions of dollars out of the U.S. markets from us and pay no taxes on them. And until Trump does something about the small cap first, the bigger caps won't matter. But anyway, off track. I think Finger, if I had money, which I don't, I would buy Finger here. And I think it's headed to $3, $4, $5 a share. Long answer. All of a sudden, my head is pounding. Schwab is my broker. Well, Schwab's I don't know. I don't own Finger right now. I got blown out back when that movie was being made. It's my own fault. But I think $100 is plenty high to put an order out on Finger right now. I'm sorry, but I just really think the lessons we have to learn is take profits that are not ginormous. They are huge. If Finger went to $3 from here, that is a huge profit. But it's not enough for us. We want 900. And I'm not saying it won't happen. I mean, there are the HKDs. There are the original trades in GME. But how often has it happened in the last 3 years? I mean, I know just as soon as I'm pulled back, it'll happen. And watch, I had Nixie, which now is Railtown, and watch Nixie run tomorrow, and I'll be kicking myself. Why didn't I do that, right? So I get it, Fro Girl, but I think $100 is plenty high. If FingerMotion runs to, let's just say it happens one day. Let's say it opens at $25, then it runs to $75. I think you'll have plenty time to increase your order to 250 or 500 or 800 or whatever you have in your dreams. But on the other hand, I might just $100 sounds pretty pounceable to me. Do you know what let's use $120. Do you know what that is? The stock right now is $1.20. If it went to 12, that's 10 times your money. 10 times. That's 10 times your money is an astonishing rate of return. But if it went to 120 from here, it's 100 times your money. I mean, why do we feel like, and I admit, I got caught up in it. I really did. 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Why do we feel like that's what we should be going for? And anyway, so as I look back over the last 3 years or so, if I had sold every stock I bought when it was up, when I doubled my money, or when my money was up 4x or 5x, or just up a little bit and gone to cash, I always got a chance to buy it back. And if I had done that with discipline over and over, and if it ran, oh well, I'd be sitting much better than if I bought something and just held it because I thought it was going to go, which I did. I did. That fro girl, I've got to be careful because I've been my head is pounding, and I've been probably a little bit more negative than I should be, because if FingerMotion suddenly becomes a company that you can answer the question, what does FingerMotion do, in less than 3 sentences? And if FingerMotion becomes a company who has contracts and revenues, cash flow, and earnings that you can predict, and they're growing and they're positive, and it's interesting. One of my friends, who's pretty savvy very savvy in the company building space, made an observation, and I just throw it out. I have no, it's his idea, but I like it. What if that company, well, actually, I give it the name, so I guess it's also my idea, but that, in a way, that company that's building the SUV setups for FingerMotion has to buy the vehicle from this company. I think it's SAIC out of China, something like that. What if that company partnered up with FingerMotion? I'm not saying that's happening. I mean, for that matter, what if one of those insurance companies partnered up? Anyway, if something like that happened, FingerMotion could become a $5 or $6 or $7 stock all day long. And then the criminals can't short it back down. And then they have to be working out of their positions. And then maybe you do see a stock go to the number you're looking at and a spike that's much higher. That can happen. I am not saying it wouldn't be feasible. So I'm not trying to be negative. There could be a spike. Absolutely. And it could be really exciting. And if tomorrow Nixie runs up, I'm going to be very happy for everybody that's making money, but I'm going to feel sad that I don't own any shares. For myself, I'll feel sad. I'll be like, all right. But it's so hard to be in everything, you know. So that fro girl, to summarize, go ahead and put it out where they let you put it out at 100. Maybe try to take your original money off the table a lot lower and maybe some profit. But if you really believe it could happen any day, try day orders, not GTC. Try day orders. And I bet their system would take a higher day order. I bet they would. I'm going to try to go through these now that I've been on so long. I really felt like I was about to pass out, and I still feel a little bit heady, but I don't feel like I'm about to pass out in front of you. So maybe I can keep going. If they stop the corruption, there should be time to sell at higher prices. Yeah, that's true, Peter. That's a good point, Peter, you make. I went off on my riff, but another way Trump could do it with Doge or with Bongino, is that his name? Trump could say, you know what? We're going to do a rolling enforcement of these settlement, these failure to settle, these failure to request delivery. It goes both ways. We're going to do it on a rolling basis. To be fair, we'll randomize it. And then I still think Wall Street would be
hard pressed. It'd be very violent. It'd be very violent moves in the market caps of Wall Street brokerage firms. But if they rolled it and did one off every time, let's say Morgan Stanley loses $1 trillion in a short squeeze, Merrill Lynch makes $1 trillion. Obviously, I'm using a weird example. Wall Street collectively still has that $1 trillion. So there is a way to manage it so that the whole country doesn't go down. The point I was trying to make before is Trump's not going to want the U.S. stock market to be anything but the largest stock market in the world. So that's why I don't think there's going to be a hard stop on everything all at once. If I explain it in bad ways or my thoughts are half-baked, fair enough. But I don't think Trump is going to do a hard stop. I really don't. But could he stop it in one company? I guess. And then it would filter through the others. And then the brokerage firms would have to beef up their compliance officers. They'd have to beef up their back offices. They'd have to start charging us commission again, which for me, I'm fine with that. Yeah, it's interesting. You're right. I think there'll be time. That Fro girl appreciates you, Peter. Root is up almost 20% in the aftermarket. That's true. Burns Steakhouse. I was listening to George Burns last night, an interview. That's funny. He said that because his name was, I can't remember, Norman Birnbaum or something, he and his brother. But I think there was a Burns truck. He was poor, that delivered, I want to say it delivered meats. I'd have to re-listen. But anyway, he and his brother used to collect, it might have been ice or something, or it might, maybe, but I think it was meat. They used to collect whatever was thrown away and put it in their pockets. And they were called the Burns twins because the truck was Burns. And that name stuck. And that's how he came up with the last name Burns for George Burns rather than Norman Birnbaum or something. Anyway, it was a good interview. That's interesting. But that Fro girl, that's exactly right. I think Peter's right. You'll have time. You'll have time. Never sell at market. I agree. But I don't know what Peter thinks. When you first establish a position in one of these plays where we're trying to get outsized returns, I wouldn't put in stop limit orders either. Because they will short the stock down to try to trigger those limit orders. And I mean, let's say you put in a stop limit of 1,500 shares to sell at, I don't know, can't make up an example. You know, at $5 and you bought the stock at $7 and they do a bear raid and it goes down to $5. They might all, in the flurry, they might only print 100 shares at $5 and the rest of everything gets done all the way down to $3.75. And you'll go, wait a minute, I had a limit order in. Once they, I don't know, I used to know the rules. I don't know what rules they use now when your brokerage firm is not a market maker, when they're just putting the orders out to the computers. I mean, it used to be if it came through my firm and it went to my desk was responsible for whatever the offer was. Let's say you were trying to sell 1,500 at $5 and my firm made a market and there was a legitimate buy order for 1,000 shares of $5. They had to give that to you if you were the first one in line. And what used to happen, unless it was a really fast moving market, because we made a market in the stock, we had a responsibility to maintain an orderly market. So he might try to work your order and see if he could get it filled. And they were all men. Now, though, they can go right through your order, fill part of it or none of it. They might fill it elsewhere and it becomes a market order. I wouldn't use stop limit orders. Schwab says there's a policy. You can't have a sell order more than $100. Well, move to E-Trade. E-Trade doesn't have that policy. E-Trade will let you put orders in. At least they did for me. I think you have time to move your account, by the way. I'm trying to think what you could do. I think you'll have time. And I think if just listen to what you're saying. They say the policy is $100 over the market price. So if the stock runs during the day to 90 to 100, you're going to have time to change it to $200. All of these squeezes, all of these run-ups, they run up, they run, and then there's a sell-off. But I always, when you look back on the charts, there's always another chance to get out. Maybe not at the very high, but a bounce. And that's, for example, that's why I think GBUX will go back up, even if it's just for that reason. I don't think there's going to be a big day tomorrow for me. But if you guys make a lot of money in Nixie, I'm going to be so happy. I am going to be so happy that you made money in it. I've been in Finger for 3.5 years. I've never been in a run. Isn't it terrible they have technical issues? You know, that Fro girl, my observation, and it's not criticism, I look at it for myself too. If I had just held on to the shares of Finger I had originally had 3 years ago, and rather than get caught up in all the
hype. I'm emotional too. I tell you, there was a real opportunity month after month, quarter after quarter, to sell calls against your position. Not when it was strong, but anyway, once you own a position for a long time, there's ways of cautiously bringing in premium for calls rather than buying calls. And of course, there has to be premium that make it worthwhile. So you can't do it every time. But anyway, that's what I think about when I see that. Peter's right, that Fro girl. You can open an account at E-Trade. You could, now the problem is taxes. That's the problem. One thing you do is sell stock and wire it. You can actually wire money the same day, particularly if you sell the stock same day settlement, and then just buy the stock back. Or I don't know what it's called now. We used to call it ACAT. I could go to my operations manager and show him or his wife. I could show her the account statement my client had from AG Edwards, and I would say he wants to ACAT his FingerMotion shares, not everything else, just Finger. And I'd give a letter with a signature. And I forget the process, but they could ACAT shares. Back then, we didn't have internet. We didn't have text messaging. So they did have computers that communicated up to New York somehow, but they would have to put it in an overnight. But they could get it done in 24 hours, 48 hours. They could ACAT. And then we started having fax machines, but not everywhere. I used to have to walk down the block to find a fax machine. But anyway, you could ACAT your shares without closing your other account. In other words, you could leave your Schwab account open a Fidelity or E-Trade account, and just ACAT your Finger position. Wow. I should read things before I blab. I'm not recommending that. I think they're all crooked. I agree with you. I like IBKR, but IBKR apparently are kind of not so integrity filled either. Do you think I should get NIXX tomorrow? I don't think you're going to have a chance, so no. I don't. Let me think about that. I think you have to get up very early tomorrow. Let me just see how NIXX is trading right now. I can't get it for you. All right. Okay, here it is. Nah, I can't get it. Darn it. So frustrating. All right, let me see if I can get the quote right now.
I can't get the quote. So yeah, you might have a chance pre-market tomorrow to buy shares. And if the stock doesn't run tomorrow, you might be able to buy shares. I personally would, as my friend calls it, I would right size. I'd have a right size position. I don't think I would go overboard. But let me just see if gosh, I can't get a quote. Yeah, it looks like you might be able to buy it tomorrow. It's not running tonight. I don't think. Of course, I can't see the quote. Benjamin, I'd get up early, and if you can buy it, pick a number that you're comfortable with. I mean, if you can buy it in this price range, I would buy it and see what happens. And it's not it's not financial advice, but if I don't know, I would go as high as $2, maybe a little higher. But I think that pulling of the S1, I don't know. You may not get a chance. Let me put it this way. If Nixie opens at $10 or $15, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it. It might go to 30. It might go to 45. But I still wouldn't buy it at 10 or 15 unless you're doing it for, 100 shares. The other way to do it, frankly, is if you have a certain amount of money you're willing to risk. If the stock opens at under $2, buy it all. If the stock opens at 10 or 12, maybe buy a quarter of it. And if it pulls back, buy another quarter. If it runs up, maybe buy another quarter. But get ready because during the day there will be a pullback. Maybe you buy more then. But Benjamin, with Nixie, I think if it starts to trade, it's going to be such massive volume, just like it was in November. It'll be 50 million, 100 million, 200 million. And it's going to be dangerous if you're buying it up high. That's why it's better to already own it and just sell out and not worry that you missed out, just that you got a profit. But it looks like you might get a chance. It's not trading up tonight. But Benjamin, what I'm talking about is going to be really buying and selling going wild, and price changes that are very rapid, and it'll be buying at your own peril if it's running. Peter's doing a great job, thank you. Nixie authorizes. Yeah, I think I already said, I don't think that share buybacks as an announcement, so many companies have done it so many times, it's like crying wolf. But if in fact they actually do start buying back, that could be significant. But it's a yodel-hee-hoo. Anyone looking up for March? Loading up. I can't read. For FingerMotion, I think, Mike, it's a good idea to consider buying if you
feel like you don't own enough. It's your own decision. But I think that's my read for FingerMotion, just like it's my read for Railtown or Silver. I don't think you have much longer to buy FingerMotion, let's say under $1.50. I don't think you have much longer. And I'd say GBUX gets NIXX. Yeah, I could. I debated it. I debated buying a little NIXX by selling some Railtown, but Railtown was down. So I didn't do it. I don't own NIXX. I don't own NIXX. Hey, Steve, take a break. All of a sudden, I'm feeling, my head was feeling like I was going to have a stroke or something, but I'm feeling better. I don't know what happened. George Burns used to use dry stogies on stage. I like him. He's got a very good attitude. Yeah, there it is. Nixie 208. What's the volume? 11 million. All right. So the volume on Nixie is high. It's 12 million almost, and it's 208. So Benjamin, get up early and look at the pre-market if you want to buy. It looks like you're not going to be able to buy below $2. So pick a number. Nixie might be worth buying at 4, 5, 6. I don't know. It's up to you. I'm going to be in the audience on Nixie, but I think Nixie has a chance to go to certainly go to the $8 during market order trading that it did before, and the $12 that it did before the market opened, but it did before. But it looks exciting with that kind of volume. I hope people make a lot of money. Do you think NVIDIA could supplant the world with AI-generated versions of minerals such as gold and silver? Is that a serious question? I'm going to assume that that's not a serious question. Next repurchase, they said they'll start within 30 days. Well, then that's good news. That's good news. I bet they don't, because I bet the stock could be a lot higher. So I don't know if anybody, to the extent there were messages, they're all gone. This is the only message I can go back to. The rest are all gone. Why? Because I changed screens and they're all gone. So it might be a sign that I should quit. I can't go back and see anybody else's questions. So I hope you guys make money on Nixie tomorrow. Let me see if my friend sent me anything on it. Yeah, I think you guys are going to make money on Nixie tomorrow. I think you are. And I don't think you're going to have time to buy it. So have fun. Have fun with Nixie. Make some money. Young guys like you are going to make a lot of money. All right, I'm going to say goodnight. And we'll talk. Maybe I'll come on early in the morning. We'll talk tomorrow. Cheers.